Our new format sees the return of double round robin. This will be played out on a single night, but it's not a best of two, we promise. Each team will play one game on the blue side and one on the red side before an 8-team playoffs, double elimination bracket. We need to say welcome to some new teams: Verdant Academy, Inari, Nuclear Vikings, and Natives Academy. Welcome to Division 1. We're going to have some fun this split. The UKEL is also under new management. Expect an update closer to our spring finals, but welcome to the new. It's nice to see you guys again. Do get involved on Monday, February 2nd when our league returns live on twitch.tv/the UKEL. We expect to see you there. Show up. Also, a massive thank you to our volunteers. Our league runs on your passion and we can't wait to spend this split with you. If you've applied for a role, do check your inbox. And if not, there'll be something there real soon. You best be there. I'll be watching. Through the camera. February 2nd. Don't forget. To see more from our league, go and check out our podcast, which we recorded on Saturday, previewing all of the teams you're going to see throughout this season. The VOD is on Twitch, or go check out our YouTube channel, the UKEL. I'm so excited for our new season. We're back. I've got my snacks. Are you ready?
Good evening, esports e-fans. Welcome back to the UKEL Four Nations. The year is 2026, and we're still playing this game. We're still playing it, everybody. We just can't stop. My name is Trajan. I will be your desk host for the first series today. Joining me is Rob and Nick V. Welcome, gents, to a brand new season of the Four Nations, and welcome everybody who's come out to watch. We can't wait to get into the action. Some things have stayed the same, but a lot has changed. I'll be honest. The first one that we need to talk about, just to get it out the way, just to make sure we all know what's going on here, the format is a little different, okay? Anyone who's read the rulebook, which is probably about 20% of the people in the server, it's a best of two single round robin. Now, this means the games are played back to back, and the simplest way to understand it is you win a game, you get a point. Draw a line under it, that's the end. No more confusion in this. There's no such thing as a draw in this format. A win is a win. And this kind of adjusted format is what I like to call the double round rob out. So that's
you already get it in. You get it in within 2 minutes. You get a rob out within 2 minutes of beginning the show for 2026.
I had to say it before you could say a single word. That was kind of my own gift to myself in the stream. But Rob, welcome back to the UKL. We let him back in again. How are you feeling?
If you already want me to go, you can just say, I feel like, I'm the last guy left at the party, and like people are still cleaning up, and I'm still hanging on at this point in time. No, I'm feeling pretty good. We've got a lot of new players, a few new teams, or some returning teams, we should say, coming back into the league. Changes to the meta, changes to the map, as we will go into a bit later. Loads of things have changed for 2026. We're excited to be here. At least I am. I'm assuming everyone else is too.
So far, everyone I've asked has been excited. Nick, would you like to agree, or are you gonna break this streak and be like, nah?
Nah, I'm actually not that excited. I'll be real.
Grim.
No,
Yeah.
so like the Bandits, they left Four Nations. They went back to the Netherlands, but I'm staying. I might be Dutch. I have my orange shirt here, but I'm staying in Four Nations for now.
We kept the best part. We send the Bandits away. All right, we don't need them. We'll keep Nick V. We'll trade that. It's a trade offer I take every day of the week. Okay. Now, 2026 has gotten thoroughly underway so far. Significant changes, role, quests, items added, a lot of new things to sink our teeth into. We've had a few weeks of pro play playing out so far. Nick, I'm going to come back to you first. Give us some early impressions on 2026 season. What do you think is landing well? Anything you think is landing badly? Any mechanics you think are not going to be in the game by the end of the year? What's kind of your vibe coming in?
I really like how in the past years, I would say top lane would be not one of the best roles. Usually they're not that influential, especially towards the later game. But now that they get level 20, that's a lot of free stats that you get, even like in the mid game. And with the top role as well, just giving you a teleport, it means that you can just be anywhere on the map, regardless of the champion you pick. And you can either go for like a massive shield on teleport, or you can just run the ignite as well. So with that, snowballing is more intensified throughout the top lane. So that is like the key difference, I think, from this year regarding last year. And at the same time, the rest is kind of the same, I would say. Like support just roams after level 3, so we'll just get that those shenanigans. And of course, Atakan, we don't flip the coin anymore, but Baron is a bit stronger as well, so he might have a bit of Atakan powers built in him now.
Yeah, might have absorbed some of that strength. Certainly absorbed the spawn timer. Back to 20 minutes is Baron, but I do very much agree. I like the top lane changes. I like that it gives them like an actual justification to take a different summoner, to try and approach the lane in a different way, and not going, well, I guess I'll be completely unable to like play the map in a normal way after 20 minutes because I won't have TP now. So I do like that is given the top laners a bit more variety in the way they can approach that early stage. Rob, how about you? How is 2026 leaving impressions on you so far?
There's a few things. Firstly, I think with the changes to home guards, which I think is something that people haven't really spoken about at all enough, at least within comp, it opens up a lot of... That's what really opens up the sum of the changes even in top lane, because even if you get the free TP, amazing. The problem is that do you get back to the lane if you get, you lose a fight early on? Now you're going to be able to get there a lot quicker. You can take on a lot more combat summons in that top lane as well. You see Ignites on Aatrox and Rebels really freely. Ghosts are also available in this league. We're going to see players playing like the Dariuses. We're going to be seeing people playing these Olafs, so they're more likely to go those Ghost, that Ghost summoner. In mid lane, it opens up some stuff like that in mid, which also means that certain champs like Ryze should be incredibly popular. We're seeing that picked an awful lot. Yeah. And there's in part because of the changes with Actualizer and items, and in part because now you can run Ghost TP, which always feels really good on that champ. And just in general, I think the other thing that's been removed, which changes a little bit more priority on objectives, is obviously those feats of strength. With them gone, it means that you no longer have this sort of go, well, we're going to trade objectives early on. We're going to go trade for grubs for dragon, or we're going to go and try and we have to make sure we don't give over these tier 3 boots. Only the mids get them. They are a bit broken. Actually, those mid tier 3 boots. They're pretty damn strong. Like the defensive, the chainless crushers in particular make a bunch of champions' life an absolute hell in that mid lane. So a few of those things I'm really looking at in comp. Other things, like most of the other quests are like ADCs get more gold, yippee! Like supports get control wards, yippee! Like it feels fine. It's whatever. But I think overall, those are the biggest changes that have sort of warped the meta. And there's one pick I'm looking for today from players, and that's Jace. I want to see Jace jungle every game. This champion is completely broken in jungle. Please play him.
And of course, the minions are spawning way faster. It means that the farming champions get just scale faster, which is also like a big change.
Yeah, and the level 1, kind of the invade, is more or less removed. It's technically possible, but you've got to be snappy in and out. You don't have time to set up and wait for someone to move. So that kind of level 1 angle has been pretty sufficiently removed right there. Now let's take a quick look at our first matchup here, because we've got a lot to talk about. We've got a lot of new players to introduce you to. Let's take a look at Natives Academy first. This is a promotion from Div 2, a roster that has built up through the scene as it were. We can see them here. Dobiny, Spee, Wiglor, Oob, and Ox. Some excellent gamer tags here. And this is, of course, Natives Academy. This is the Irish League of Legends project in essence. Rob, tell us a little bit about Natives Academy.
So they've been around. So since Natives dropped out of NLC Div 1, we've seen an awful lot. They picked up a roster in Div 2, in UKL Div 2, and have decided to try and make a go of it to get to UKL Div 1 over the last couple of years, or year and a half. They've tried, and they finally got here. You could argue through a back door, but still they're here to play for us today. And they've been in that finals in Div 2 an awful lot with 3 of these players pretty consistently. Dolbany, Oob, and Oct have been around for them for a very long time. They have dropped their 2 sort of, I would say they're more star players, and Shy in the jungle and Point in mid lane. Wiglor and Spee coming to replace them. They're going to have a lot of big shoes to fill, because a lot of how they played in Div 2 centered around in particular Point, and Shy played always carry jungler, very rarely played facilitator. So I want to see, they need big performances, and I think big wins in these early weeks, because with the format that we've got now, you've got at least some players who have played together a lot. So your synergy should be there. So the first game today, Rise Gaming, new roster, a lot of players that we had questions of maybe last year potentially. This is where they should be picking up wins if they want to get them on the board early.
Yeah, you have a chance to trip some people early on in the season for sure. And replacing mid jungle it's never easy. It's quite an integral piece of the map. It's always gonna be. But at least you're taking the whole unit out wholesale and plugging a new one in. You're not kind of splitting up a duo, and they've still got top and bot lane as it was before. So Natives, we'll be tentative on them, I think, for now. But until we see some gameplay, we can't really say too much more at this point. Now, Rise, we have a bit more data on, as you've kind of teed up here for us, Rob. And Nick V, tell us a little bit about Rise, this new version that they have brought to the UKL this year.
So there's a couple of names that we might remember from other teams, specifically like Ketsuo in the mid lane. Of course, you have Demo, you have Cure, DDD, and Jamsu as well. And like Rise is one of those organizations within the Four Nation that are basically like a middle of the pack mainstay team that have been around for a pretty long time. Like top 4 in 2025 Summer Split was very strong of them. I think that's where I was like, okay, Rise, they're actually like rising in the charts right now, so I really like that. But now they have a completely new roster, as Rob already mentioned, which on paper I would say they have very strong champion pools specifically, but it's still a lot of question marks from the names that we don't really know, Demo, Cure, etc. What I do want to say is that Ketsuo and Jamsu, I think, are very strong players. Ketsuo specifically, I think, is underrated right now. He's a very strong assassin player, but he has mages as well. So, like, you can, if your team needs AD, you can put him on him. If he needs AP, then of course any mid laner plays AP basically. But he also has a lot of experience, and he's going to need that against very strong mid laners in the split of the Four Nations. And Jamsu, of course, is just a very decent support. I think that most supports in this league are pretty close in skill together. But Jamsu has that little edge of also playing Nico, which is very strong into the meta that the UKL in supports really have, which is just usually tank supports. So I think Rise Gaming, they have a lot of potential, but I need to see them actually fulfill that.
Yeah, I mean, there's quite a lot to dig into with Rise for sure. Like, with Ketsuo specifically, just to talk a little bit about him, he does feel appreciated at times, but for me, it's a guy who is often plagued with inconsistency. You can see him put in a shift against almost anybody at any time, but even game to game, we struggle to see the same Ketsuo on the Rift kind of in the same series. And it makes it hard to predict. Previously on the Venom Crest roster he was on just last time, it was very hard for us to kind of gauge how good that roster was going to be, and Ketsuo could be amazing, he could be struggling, and you couldn't really tell. So there's definitely the skill and talent is there. It's just about getting that consistently on the board for me for Ketsuo, and hopefully this is a roster that can achieve that. But Rob, in previous iterations of Rise, it felt like, especially like the last one with kind of BB Muffin and Sin and Jamsu and Aniki and Tweak, it feels like a lot of very strong individual pieces. Like you take one player and they're so high up in kind of the role leaderboard individually that never quite managed to come together in the same way. And we've seen similar players like sort of Trizzy in the past that have had this like very high impact players, but couldn't necessarily hit the same 5v5 impact as teams like Broad, right? The kind of Cabbage Core roster could achieve.
Yeah, I think the first thing to mention is that Ketsuo is the one that knocked out Rise in the last playoffs, playing on that Venom Crest roster, which, pointing to that Venom Crest roster, they had a limited coaching who might be back in the league on a different team. We'll be seeing maybe later.
Could be.
See.
No
but that Ketsuo, I think, in that kind of environment succeeds very well. My question on this roster then goes: does he have that environment where he can have a lot of like stability in terms of draft and coaching? They don't apparently have a coach on the board at the moment, so I think it could be Ketsuo demanding from above. You look at that previous Rise roster, they had a lot of strong personalities. BB Muffin is a strong personality. Sin, we all love a bit of big Sin in the league. You know, he's a strong personality as well. Jamsu, he played with Sin for a long time, but you know they've spent some time apart now, and maybe that synergy was gone.
They've grown apart over the years.
And then Aniki and Tweak.
You hate to see it.
Aniki and Tweak. I like Tweak a lot. I like Aniki a lot. I think Aniki was allowed a bit too much freedom in his picks. I know a Jay, who's not on here today, he, at least of this first half, does not like that Yorick for Aniki. And I think that those kind of players...
That's crazy to me.
We looked at last split. I think the drafts often didn't favour them. They had a few mistakes here. I want to see today if they've got like some consistent vision going into this game one, because although I think Rise should win this game, or both of these games today, I should say, I think they could trip over natives who have a lot more time together, know what each other want to do.
Yeah, and it's worth noting that Aniki and Tweak were picked up by Broad in the offseason, picked up by the returning champions, Broad and Friends. They are now friends of Broad, as it were. So the talent was clearly identifiable there, and it's been picked up. We'll see if they can, as you say, if maybe Broad will end up being a better environment for them, or if we'll see if they can continue on that track that they started, such a promising track that they started, I think, last split. And with Jamsu is an interesting one, right? And I'm going to be honest, I think Jamsu has been somewhat hard done by the commentariat of the UK league scene, the tier lists were doing Jamsu real dirty. I'm gonna be honest. This guy used to be Premier top 2 support in this league for split after split. Not even more than, you know, year and a half ago. The guy on Playmakers was nigh on unmatched, and we were looking to players like Little Pants to try and contest him, right? So, can anyone explain to me why everyone's gone so soft on Jamisu? Because I don't get it. Like, I think he's still really good.
I make this joke all the time that he spends too much time on Valorant with the honeys, but that's not what's been happening. Apparently.
Look, we've all been there.
Swift play is a demon, is all I'll say. No, I think this guy, I like to call it Brexit supporting, where they play a lot of engaged champs.
Proper supported.
Proper. None of this European nonsense of supporting. We go in this league. And that's what Jamsu does. He does have, and Sin will say it himself, despite kicking that guy off and going to join Brod and leaving Jamsu behind. Jamsu has the knack of finding some miracle engages on the rails, on the Nautiluses. But when it's not a broken clock right twice a day thing, but when you're going to have those kind of miracle engages, the negatives come in where he looks for something, 5 members turn up, he dies, and the fight is lost. And I just think that as the game has progressed, as it's changed, there's been more requirement from a support in terms of certain champ picks. Like, let's take you say he can play the Nico, but it's not really his main. His main's a Nautilus Rel. You see, for example, the Poppy support, that isn't really, would you say Jamsu Poppy support? Alistair is another one. I don't think Jamsu has the greatest Alistair in the world, and I think as these supports have stuck in the meta for so long, maybe he hasn't improved at the same rate as others have at these champions. And in general, at least from my experience of, I mean, I coached him when I was on Broad for a little bit, you know, at the beginning of last year. Great player, really lovely person, great personality. I think he needs to be a bit more vocal, especially on this roster of Rise. And I think if you're a support that's not as vocal, you do often get left behind because you're the one who dictates the tempo of the game a lot of the times alongside your jungler. We saw players like Varin when he joined the league doing that when he had done Lossy. He just like completely led the pack, and that's what you need to do. Jamsu needs to just step up in comms and step up as a leader, and I think you could go back to that upper echelon of supports. Yeah,
it does seem like a roster, this Rise set, that could do with a leader right now. I think Ketso needs direction in games, and I think that they've got new faces like Cure and Demo that, by all accounts, have plenty of potential there, but we just don't know how tested they are in this environment, and Jamsu could be the leader on the Rift if they need one. Now, Nick, for this Rise roster, as you say, there's a lot of different pieces. We've got a lot of high hopes for some of these pieces. We've heard a little bit about kind of Demo and Kier, and we've seen DDD before. We've seen DDD as kind of I think seemed like a bit of a big fish in a small pond on the previous teams, and if I recall correctly, was one of these kind of potential having players, not necessarily crushing in places where he shouldn't have been, but certainly looked like a stronger force on some hopeless rosters, I guess, to put it quite bluntly. So what is your understanding of what you think the ceiling is for this roster? Because I know that you feel highly about Ketsuo, I certainly feel highly about Jamsu, and then with these new rosters coming in the context of a league that has had a lot of shuffling, you know, do you think this Rise team is actually going to graduate from the eternal mid-pack that you kind of mentioned they're kind of stuck to?
If you would ask me right now, I would say no, but there's a very big ceiling because for me, Demo and Cure are just complete question marks. Like, if I look at their champion pools, I think they are very strong in the meta right now. Like, for example, Demo has a lot of counter picks in the top lane as well as very strong blind picks for the blue side. So there's definitely, again, I said it earlier, on paper they look strong. But because they are players that are new to our league and they are pretty much unproven within the Foreign Nations scene, for them, I hope it's not a level too high. And even if it's a level too high, that they can grow into it. So the ceiling, I think, is very, very high, almost like a borderline cathedral ceiling high.
Yeah.
But I hope they will get a ladder that's tall enough to actually reach it.
Yeah, we slight risk of potential man versus potential man in the first matchup of UKL 2026, but for now it would not be UK League if we didn't have a small technical issue, everybody. So we are going to go to a quick break for a couple of minutes. I'll be back with more information shortly. Do not go anywhere. We will be getting into games as soon as possible. We'll see you back here. Welcome back, everybody. Just an update for everybody from the first round. We can confirm that Natives Academy have forfeited the first game, and we are going to be going back to a break to pick up from the second game in the schedule. So we'll be back in about 30 minutes or so, give or take. We will be continuing to stream, so thank you everyone for being with us at the start here. We are going to go to a quick break, but we will be back for the second round of games, so do not go anywhere. There is still going to be a UKL game on your screen before the end of the evening, I swear. Okay, thank you everybody. We'll see you back here in just a moment.
Oh, Malphite. All right, here we go. Just
to go for this space. You would have. Chimera super low.
But there's the Rakan coming in for the shielding. The shielding again.
Oh my god! And everyone bow down to Venom Crest. Two-time champions. Bow down to Jay.
And we are back. Thank you for sticking with us, everybody. We did get in slightly earlier than we expected, so we're making the best of it. We've swapped tracks. We are going over to Inari Esports versus the Bandits UK. We're going to get into the action as soon as possible for you guys, but let's tee this one up a little bit more. Inari is another one of our promoted rosters, and Rob, this is a genuine promotion. This is a beat the lower level team and took the role by force kind of promotion.
Yeah, they knocked out Paragon back down to Div 2. The roster they've got going forward is going to be Oku in top lane, Nat. Then you've got No One in mid lane, Nico, and then Sakura, if I'm right. I'm getting confused. Sakura in the support role, replacing Maraka from the promotion tournament. And overall, quite a relatively highly rated roster. A lot of people have had Oku and Nat on their radar for quite a long time, and especially this season, Oku, at least in solo queue, has been looking phenomenal. He's like shot up to like a 900 or something, 900,000 LP or something. But he's looked really, really solid. So overall, a team to be excited for, because Div 2 teams usually do pretty well when they promote up to Div 1.
That's true. I mean, some of those Div 2 teams have a caveat or two maybe, but we don't have to discuss which of those teams are now have NLC top laners from those teams, but you know, we'll see how they do, I suppose. Nick, given Rob's confidence here in Inari, and this is more confidence than we heard from Natives Academy, what do you think? Are you convinced by this possible Inari roster? Do you think we're actually cooking for someone that can perform here?
Well, as you can see, when my cam just froze, this is about my feelings on the roster. No, I'm. So you see the Rise Gaming right here. We know a couple of them already. We saw Loopy, for example, on the Gucci last year. Overall, just a very strong roster on your screen right now. The only question, of course, is what is Clicker gonna do? I know a lot of people are very high on it, but
piece by piece, we are going to get to the Inari roster, everybody.
Exactly.
With us, okay? It's gonna be great.
Yeah, I was just gonna yap about a Rise just a little bit, just to get that out, because I know we don't have too much time. A very strong roster as well, specifically against Inari. I think. Yes, there we go.
No! So close.
It's like a human fruit. It's like a fruit machine. It's like a fruit machine. We're being baited every single time.
One more pull on the one-arm bandit, guys. This time, we're gonna win big.
We're gonna do it, and we'll celebrate it when it happens. Hold on.
I have to.
Okay. Yeah.
It's fine.
Right. So with this roster, especially with like a high-performing top side, Nick, we have teams that at least the players, and when the players speak highly of other players, that is generally a good actual barometer. When you actually get players who are going to be across the rift from them in comp, and they can get a true kind of visceral sense of how much is this guy pressuring me, how much am I being pushed around the map, how easy is it for me to play a normal matchup, and we've got the cam back as well. It's all up here from.
I press reconnect and it works.
So big.
You can learn from that, League of Legends.
Yeah. Top
anyway,
tip for the Twitch chat.
Yes, exactly. I have high expectations because Rob was already like very high on them, so I was like,
we trust Rob here.
I don't know if it's like I cannot believe it's actually butter or if it's like actually the B tier, but we put them B tier. We have expectancies to be at least middle of the pack, and cannot wait to see if they can actually outperform our expectancies.
I'll be honest, when you guys were doing that butter tier list, I cannot believe that C didn't become Clover, because that is the most C tier butter of all time, I will say. I was like rattling the cages, screaming at my monitor that it needs to be Clover, man. No more C tier butter has ever been invented. Okay, so that's Inari. Now let's talk a little bit about Bandits, because this one, it's kind of similar dynamic. We know a lot more about what's going on here, even more so than Rise. This is the Bandits UK. So Nick, I'm going to let you lead us off here, as it is the Bandits, right? We'll give you a countryman a shot right here. Who would you like to focus on? We've got Loopy, JB, Gabby, Kenny, and Clicker. Do any of these names stand out? Who do you think you'd like to dig into first?
Well, for me, because this year I am the resident Gucci shill, I want to talk about Loopy, who was on Gucci last year, and we kind of know him as the guy that picks Urgot and then loses lane, but he's actually very strong on other top laners, like a Rumble, for example, a Cassante. So what I want to see Loopy is not pick Urgot, but pick anything else literally in your champ pool, and then the Bandits, I think, have a very strong side on the Rift.
Nick's been talking to Bloxer too much, man. The Urgot hate has been strong in Bloxer since last year, and it seems to have leaked out a little bit. That's
I don't
tough
like
for my
Urgot
boy
either.
Loopy.
Brutal,
I don't like Urgot either.
That is tough. Well, we need a balanced desk right here, because you and I are probably about to gas him up. We need someone to bring us all down to earth, because I was introduced to Loopy first as the guy who picks Ornn and wins every lane for no reason.
Exactly. That's not Urgot.
And was incredibly
perfect.
It's not Urgot. Literally, factually isn't. Now, Rob, would you like to give a balancing opinion to an Urgot Inter? Would you like to give a second opinion on Loopy?
I don't think he's an Urgot Inter. There you go. You get the super spectrum. No. So Loopy, as well as
impartiality.
We've got to give Loopy his flowers a little bit, along with JB and Kenny. They were on that finalist roster that we know went. They got kind of demolished at LAN in Manchester by the Venom Crests lineup that had busted air.
Yeah. They couldn't do it in a dingy basement in Manchester, as it turns out.
But they're back. So they do have 3 UKL finalists on this roster. And then you add on Gabby, who was on a Zolblast split, covering for Muta for a few games. He looked very good. And then ran it out with a rookie jungler in Clicker. That's also potentially a recipe for success. I've said this before, we have some players join this league with eclectic champ pools, shall we say, who don't do so well. Clicker, let's see if he can buck that trend, because we had it again, I would say, last week. On Gucci, funny enough, with Qualzy, who comes in as like a Talon player and couldn't really make it happen. He's now gone off to pastures new. Clicker, Diana and Jax is what you see when you look up his accounts. Can he make those work in the league? Does he have some secret pocket picks of the meta, like the Jace and the Ambessas and like the the Jarvans? We'll have to see, because this roster on paper I have as the 4th best roster, just because I think there's a lot of pieces here that could fit together, and they could also shoot up that standing even further if they are all on the same page.
Well, if we can't make Diana work in this meta, I don't know what to tell you, man. I feel like if we can't get Diana to achieve something until they nerf Dusk and Dawn or do something with that item, I don't know, bro. So I think at least Clicker's got some decent comfort picks to go for. Now, Nick, when you take this is a Bandits as well that kind of brought us Lunkifer, which was already like a who's this guy into oh my god, who is this guy kind of jungler. So if Clicker goes down the same path, there could be a great kind of formula there. But what is your feeling on kind of the untested rookie element being the jungler in a team? Because maybe like a lot of teams you can see you could argue maybe it's easy to paste over that kind of an experience from like an AD carry role, for example, where you're just kind of being like, pat them on the head, right click the enemy, good job, build your items, we'll see you at the end of the game. But jungle is a very pivotal role, I think we can all agree. So what's your feeling about having Clicker being the kind of untested element there?
It's going to be very interesting because if you are a rookie, then you feel like you have something to prove, or you're shaking your boots like, oh my god, I have to actually perform now. If it's a second, then it's guaranteed to not go that well. But for Clicker's sake, I do hope that it's going to be like the first one. I want him to perform extremely well, and he has the champion pool. Like, Jax is one of those champions that never falls out of favor. Like, for some reason, there's always a place in the meta game for him, and Diana right now is extremely strong. And even though we usually see, if we purely look at competitive meta, that jungle is kind of a supportive role where he wants to get the laners at least, you want to fix the bad lanes, you want to get your strong lanes ahead. But if he's going to play at Diana, for example, then he is the one who wants to get ahead, and he doesn't really care about the laners that much in that regard. And I think with the jungle being the way it is right now, we first thought that you would actually just farm to level 6 and that is it. But now we are seeing that junglers actually are very proactive, like the Xin Zhao is getting back as well. And I feel like Clicker is one of those players that can handle Xin Zhao pretty well, like even if he's against him or he plays him, and it falls in the same category as the Diana, as the Jax, who can just go for early ganks if they want. You get the kills over there, and then suddenly you start snowballing.
It does feel like this Bandits roster, from what we know about Loopy, JB, and Gabby, and Kenny, these feel like quite stable lanes. It's very hard to crack players like Loopy, especially. That's kind of what he became famous as being an uncrackable top laner despite not picking lane dominating picks. JB was a great control mage player. The Victor game is coming to mind of like he's going to be fine at the very least. If you give him an opening, he's going to take a lead, but he will be a very kind of unflappable element. Gabby is best in the late game. Jinx and Aphelios kind of vibes where you're scaling up through the game and you're not going for crazy flashy nonsense necessarily early on. You're kind of winning out in the late game. And if you have like a very high octane jungler, you would like to have stable lanes. That's a great place to start. You don't want to be having the entire map flipping it at every stage. You can let the jungle flip it while the lanes are just being a bit normal about it. So I think this formula that Bandits have put together does actually have a lot of potential. I think like from player styles as far as we've seen, depending on how Clicker does choose to engage with the UKL as again a very young player, we're not sure what kind of pro he's going to turn into. This I think could be a very good thing for Bandits, especially seeing as they went from the finals into dropping off quite heavily following on from that, and that was kind of it was painful to watch for a lot of times. You know, myself and Rob, Harold, we were despairing over seeing Bandits fall from grace in that way. But let's see if they're back on the right track. We're into draft, everybody. Once again, thank you for sticking with us. We're gotten into an honest to goodness game of League of Legends on the Rift right here. So into the draft, we've got some heavy bans coming through, and some of them we're kind of expecting through in this meta: the Rumble, the Azir, the Varus. Now the Shen and the Nico are a little bit less common. So Rob, why are we banning? I mean, Nico's always a good champ, but why are we banning Shen right now?
So Shen, Oku is seen as, he can play carries, but often plays a lot of weak side tops. I do know he has a Shen in his back pocket alongside like a Cassante and I'm trying to remember the other one now, Sion, things like this. Can also play the Jace. I think that's what he's been playing the most at the moment. Nico, by the way, Sakura's most played. I think it's the most broken champion in the game in support. Everyone keeps playing engages, but I think Nico, if you're carrier, it's the best champion in the game.
Nico is just good,
so it's not
into
surprising
tanks,
to see
right?
it banned. Starting with the Orianna pick, I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of this champ at the moment. I think there are other champs that I think Ryze should immediately be discussed here. Yeah. If you're no one, that's a champion I think that's so strong at the moment. We've seen in LEC how good it can be. So Orianna first pick, I'm already a little bit iffy because I don't think it's actually a premier mid laner.
I think when you see Orianna, you're kind of like, okay, then we just slam a Jarvan and Syndra into it, and what is Orianna going to do, right?
Yeah, we do see a lot of kind of first rotation, like second pick Jarvans coming through, and they see what the first pick is, which is normally a Rumble or Ryze or a Varus or something like this, and then the Jarvan comes in quite quickly afterwards. So we'll see if Clicker wants to take it. Obviously, it's kind of skirmish heavy. It's not necessarily a carry, but it can affect the map very aggressively. And would be good to be setting up with an Orianna potentially. It is an interesting blind, considering the Ryze does feel like a good JB pick. I'm kind of with you on that one, Rob. But we've got the Yone answer instead. And with the Cassante, we have to assume that this is a mid Yone into the Orianna. So have we fallen into the trap already here, Rob, and we've just given over Orianna to the Wolves? Or what are we looking like?
I mean, it's very bold, I would say. I don't think we've seen very much Yone on current patch in any comp region, actually. I think, we've seen Azir, Orianna, we've seen Taliyah, we've seen...
one or two LCS games or something? Like it's
even Leader's not even, like, playing it. Leader's played, like, Echo, for example, and not brought that out. And this draft, by going very quickly. Yone, interesting, he must feel very confident matchup. Ambessa Wukong, this means the Ambessa's going top lane into the Cassante, because that Wukong was always definitely going jungle. We've now got at least some access for the Orianna shockwave, so I am liking that a lot coming out the Bandits. And then Skarner is the hover, which would be also very surprising. Nat is a Karthus player. Nat is a Karthus player. He can play a lot of these Mad Jammers carries, despite playing facilitators in Div 2. So this is already going away from what we see as standard meta across the world at the moment. This is what the UKEL brings, boys. This is what it does.
Yeah. The Bandits, at least, all of these champions are meta picks right now. This is like a relatively normal top side, if I look at it. But Nick, on the other side, from Inari, our Div 2 promos, who have not been playing much Tier 1 League so far, they don't seem to be interested in that kind of Tier 1 meta. So from this top side they've built, does it make any sense? Is there a kind of terrifying logic to it, or are we just picking stuff that we're good at?
I think it's mostly that they just pick stuff they're good at. I think when you talk about comfort versus meta, you kind of want to play comfort first at our level, and then you can go for meta. And you know, if that blends together well, then that's perfect, right? But if you're going to play meta and you're just not good at it, then what use does meta have? When we saw Lars on Fiora just running 1v9 in a year where Fiora was supposed to be pretty bad. So in that sense, like, just play what is comfortable for you and then just get wins through that. If it's meta, fine. I will say Cartha surprises me when Sejuani Yone is like the premier duo, but again, if Nat just doesn't play that, then might as well just pick the Carthas here. Corki ban is fine. I think he's the most broken AD carry right now next to Varus. So Alistar being gone as well, they don't want... Well, the bandits don't want an initiating support. Well, there's 3 of them. You have Leona, you have Nautilus, and you have Rel. So either way, Nico will... Sakurai will get what they want, and then you just ban an Alistar, which I would say is probably going to be a Rel pick.
So we have left the bot lanes to the second half right here, and given like especially kind of what we maybe expect from Gabby, we're used to seeing Gabby as a late game carry, and Aphelios is certainly playable right now. I don't know if we've seen too much of him in Pro and Up, but he certainly seems to have landed with the new changes decently well. The Rel was the final ban, so Nautilus open. We'll see if Inari want to prioritize it or if they want to take this in a different direction. Now, Rob, you seem like you're kind of in pain right now, honestly.
It's got to be ADCR4. It has to be ADCR4 if it's going to be. You can't go. I mean, you can in theory have blinded some engage, but Braum is still available. So it has to be ADCR4. You can't be taking Nautilus with Braum up, especially when you're seeing like the Bandits roster already has engage on it, so they're not lacking that. So if they take Braum, they're not pigeonholed. Sivir, it gets your top side into the fight. It's a more facilitating bot lane. If you are the Bandits, though, now you kind of get your pick of into this ADC. I think Gabby, if you are going to play something, I mean, if they're going full dive, that's Kai'Sa's quite surprising. It's not been seen that much in comp at the moment. It's still playable, but again, you'd expect an Aphelios coming out from Gabby in bot lane, as you've rightly pointed out. Kenny also has stuff like pocket pikes and things as well. So I wonder if he goes towards that or just goes towards engage himself. Again, the Braum is up, and this is almost like the bait you're going for here. Is if you lock in a Nautilus here for Kenny, you get Sivir Braum in your face, and Braum alongside a Yone, and you're going to get those, those procs off with the stuns. It's going to be quite hard here to make that work. So I think you're kind of pigeonholed here as Bandits into like, what are you actually playing with this now Kai'Sa who wants an engage support? Rakan. At least it makes it's good into Braum. At least that makes sense.
Yep. Versatile as always is the Rakan, gives them a little bit more range on that engage as well. It's a very short range comp for Bandits. It's all going to be about that dive. You're going to try to get on top of these key carries on the Sivir, the Karthus, eliminate them as quickly as possible, but you're going to have to get through a Yone K'Sante to get there, and whatever Sakura has to pull out at the very end here. So, I mean, are we still looking for engage, Nick, or are we now pivoting? It seems like it's kind of a bit of both. So again, short range threat and engage in the jungle, but largely seen as like a disengage option here, so good anti-dive at the very least.
It's very good anti-dive, but it's also like, usually Rakan gets picked because he outscales the melee supports. But Poppy, I feel like, will always just be useful no matter what. Because of the ultimate, you can just make it a 3v5 immediately. You have very strong skirmishers in K'Sante and Yone as well. And then together with the Sivir, of course, they can just run away if they really want to. So there's a lot of disengage throughout the bot lane. And it's just going to be a farm fest, I think, between Sivir and the Kai'Sa. And in that regard, Sivir should just always win. Keep Kai'Sa shoved. It means that you get priority on the bot side of the map, so they can play for Drakes. You stack them early, and you go for the win. I think Inari's playstyle is very clear here.
Does Bandits have a lane to play through realistically in this game? Because we're Ori into Yone with a Wukong jungle. Wukong's not going to be affecting that lane largely in the early phase. Wukong generally more of a farm to 6 and do something else. We've got Kai'Sa surely is getting shoved in by Sivir all day, and with Rakan there's a lot of safety to try and control the lane but not overcommit. And then we've got Ambessa into K'Sante. I mean, I'm not necessarily sure who entirely wins that, but I don't think you're killing K'Sante realistically as Ambessa. You certainly shouldn't be, and Lupi doesn't necessarily strike me as the guy who's going to be solo killing Oku on K'Sante, like, to break through that. The Ambessa is obviously a new one for him. The champion wasn't even released like for too long since like we saw Lupi play League last, to be honest. So like, I'm interested to see how that plays out. But I don't really know, Rob, where the Bandits play to in this game. If we're going to be needing to be strong for diving, Where are we getting these leads? Where are we getting the goals?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm really struggling myself to see how they really want to make this work. I'm surprised they actually went. This is what was also surprising me, is that Sakura's second most played is Poppy after the Nico. So the fact that you've decided to let that one go
Still
through,
comfort, I guess, yeah.
and it's a mega comfort for Sakura, and you've given the best matchup possible. Rakan is completely unplayable in like an engaged facility into Poppy if the Poppy has hands on the W key. I think this is a very difficult game for the Bandits to really make stuff happen. I do think it's going to come down to a bit of hands diffing. Well, this is a great game to see how Clicker plays, actually, because he's now in a situation where can he do the Lunkerfer special, which is catch lanes unaware on bad times. Often Lunkerfer would be just there as they're pushing the wave in. You would then pick up a double kill and roll away with that. I actually think playing through a lane, like having it set up for you, is quite unlikely here for the Bandits. I think it's actually pretty much impossible pre-6. And so it's on Clicker to find timers here rather than anything else.
Yeah, it's a tough task for Clicker in his first game for sure. A jungler that has the high potential to affect a lot, and we're hoping for another big splash made by this player, but it's not an easy task in the first game. I'm going to quickly get a prediction from both of you very quickly. Rob, Bandits or Inari in this first game? Who are you thinking?
Before draft, I was going to go Bandits. After draft, I think this is Inari, and I think it might not even be close.
Might not even be close.
I think the draft is really good for Inari compared to what Bandits have.
It does seem like Inari have locked in some good stuff right here, Nick.
I agree. I think this game, at the very least, will be one for Inari. Of course, Bandit can still hands diff them, as Rob said as well. But, you know, just purely based on drafts, Inari gets my win here.
Yep, we got to give credit right there. Props to whoever's putting that draft together. For now, we're going to toss it over to our casters, Brackish Brit and Temporal, for the first game of UKEL 4 Nations 2026.
Thank you so much, CJ and the desk. Hello, everybody. I am Brackish Brit, joined by the ever marvelous Temporal for the first streamed game of Division 1. I mean, would it
I escaped the television. I'm out.
Would it even be day 1 if we didn't have some kind of scuff?
You know, it's part of
live
the
in
course,
hope.
and we hope everyone's okay, and that we will sort everything out. If appropriate, we'll put something on Twitter or the other social medias, maybe a bit more the other social medias as well. Rack, we got a game, and
Do
know,
you follow the desk? Is the question on the before draft we were thinking Bandits, post draft we're thinking Inari.
You know, if Bandits wanted to dial the difficulty meter up, it's understandable. They're back here in the 4 Nations.
Was definitely a choice.
Yeah. You know, we see they're having such an easy time over in the Benelux, and you know they've got to dial the difficulty back up here. Bit of an odd draft to give a Karthus one trick, well, not one trick, but super main, and then a Poppy angle on top. It is going to be so hard to chew through the health bars of Inari with what they've got. Gabby is going to have to put on an absolute show on this Kaiser, because Civ is going to be running at them. Yone's only got really one head to click on. The Ambess are in the jungle, not the toughest target, like very good at target access, very good at bringing the Sivir down, but you've still got to get through the spell shield. You've still got to set those conditions. So uphill for Bandits in this game, absolutely.
Yeah, and sure, Ambassador's got to try and find the back line. And okay, public execution is the best tool for that, but Wukong doesn't have the easiest time of finding it either. Like, you are maybe finding a flank angle, like warrior trickstering over a wall, maybe?
It's creativity required, isn't it? It's not a guarantee. No guarantees in this game, except the Karthus will probably be catching 5 people, and 3 of them will have a tough time building this much damage and magic resist all at once, unless we see some real early Hex drinkers. That draft is from last year. Don't look down there. We're still spring cleaning.
But yeah. Looking particularly then, Clicker was obviously a player that was heavily emphasized in the desk. How do we feel they are? Yep, the Wukong into a Karthus feels like not the easiest of times, perhaps.
It can be all right. You are under the sort of agency trap where, like, you need to make a move, and that means your opponent knows you're coming, or that you're going to the most likely target. For farming jungle, it's not so efficient to just like sweep the jungle backwards and forwards in this split. So we will see if Clicker can pull off the cute little trick where you can get your smite upgrade a touch early by leaving some camps up, get your bonus points in. I can't remember if they're still called cookies. And
Treats.
try
Cookies. Yeah, well,
treats. I think it is treats. I think it's that one.
Hey, you can feed your pet.
The cute little icon the junglers get when you've not killed anything for a little while, or you get some people instead of some camps. I would like to see that sort of come to fruition, because the Wukong will have to make moves faster. That is for sure.
The thing is that, as you pointed out, neither of these junglers are particularly good early yankers. not a single piece of CC between them.
The voices in the back of my brain were like, gaslight him. Karthus is so strong at level 1. What are you saying, Breck? Huh? He's clearly the best.
I've been playing the game long enough.
Like,
You can't lie to me. But
it's it's gonna be
provide some angles. Poppy, of course, gonna be just kind of making
you can 2v2 for sure. A lot of Sivir's ability to just like crunch someone's health bar with a really well placed Q got sort of stolen in favor of her Ricochet being stronger, which is better throughout the course of the game, but we're now no longer going to see like a really spicy level 2 where you've hit a few boomerang blades, your opponent's suffering, and the all-in could come through a little bit faster. Not quite going to be the case.
And all the more, of course, Sivir is a champion that we know is going to have some good early times, but we're really waiting for the 3, closing on the 4 items, when you just press R and walk the enemy team down, and you've got the bodies around you to allow you to do that as well. Because Poppy right next to you, Cassante taking someone annoying and putting them far away.
Yeah,
and then Yone causing chaos, Karthus causing chaos. Like, this is kind of prime time for this Sivir to run house.
Yeah, if anyone watched Na'Vi vs Shifters, I have been duped by myself back into watching the LEC, which has been a good time so far. I've enjoyed Na'Vi, and they played this sort of composition yesterday, except their opponent Shifters had a better punish and failed to execute. I think it's going to be a similar line for JB to Nuke in that game. He got really far ahead. He had a good time. But I think there is like no way to capitalize that for the Orianna unless you are killing Sivir, dealing significant damage to Karthus, and like holding the Yone at range. I think your luck is going to be very, very short this game. We're going to throw it to a quick break. It wouldn't be fun in games if it was easy, and we'll see you real soon.
So, it seems that the early season also would not be complete without spectator bugs. And
such is the way, isn't it? Such is the way. We are experiencing some technical difficulties interfacing with Europe West, which is not a shock, and it's been a mainstay of my life for 14 years now. But we've had some good times to go along with the bad times. We can't be too mad. Unfortunately, Inari versus the Bandits has started, and we can't go and watch. It is unfortunate. We can't get into that game. We're going to have a brief review up when it is done. However, because this was already the middle set, the off stream of the evening, we're going to be back in about 60 minutes, 8:30 UK time, 9:30 if you are on the continent, for our next set.
in the meantime, though, of course, Good Chi, I believe, should be picking up from game 2, or maybe they might even be live now.
Tell you
Good Chi
what,
TV.
shall I see if they got in?
We'll see. Yeah, that's a good point. Actually, they might be suffering from the same issues that we are.
Because if they got in,
if not,
y'all should just go watch them.
Go watch them. Absolutely, yeah. Let's see. Maybe.
Okay. You should also go follow Good Chi TV and all of our team's Twitch channels. Unfortunately, we have the response of some technical difficulties in their Twitch chat about a minute ago, which is really rough.
We hoped, we wished upon a star, but alas. Yes. So, our League Ops will hopefully continue to work behind the scenes, and hopefully, as was said, we'll be back for our other series of Absolved versus Nuclear Vikings in a while.
Oh, Malphite. All right, here we go. Just
Still going for this space. You would as Chimera super
They're in
low.
trouble, but there's the Rakan coming in for the shooting. The shooting again.
Oh my God!
They lose.
And everyone bow down to Venom Crest. Two-time champion. Bow down to Jim.
Okay, hear me out, right? We've got a League of Legends game. We hope we have a league game. We've been trying to catch one all night. We've been trying to catch a league game all night. I've been told by production not to lie to you. So I already swore that we'd have a game earlier tonight, and I'm cutting it very close to breaking my promise with you guys on day one. But first time out of our hands. Second time out of our hands. Okay, right? We're gonna go for the third series. Absolved versus Nuclear Vikings. One more time with feeling, Rob and Nick V. Let's talk about Absolved versus Nuclear Vikings. Okay, Rob, Absolved, we do actually have some players that we recognize. Emil, Rhythm, Beanlord. Let's talk about them. Where are we starting here? Hit me up.
So let's start with what we know. We'll go to the ones that we don't. Emil played on Absolve last split, looked incredible as a mid laner. Just a phenomenal, not always a 1v9 performance, but pretty damn close in most games. Has a really good Azir, has really good general sort of mage play, but as well as that, he's got the Akali and the Echo. Rhythm, if you don't know who Rhythm is, you haven't been following the UK scene at all. This guy's an absolute freak beast in the ADC role. And then Beanlord, otherwise known as Gibble, has been on this sort of roster-ish. Like this, they were DMG UK when they promoted to the UKEL Div 1. They then got picked up by Absolved. Beanlord's been around for that entire transitional period and beyond. So he's been playing in this league for a couple splits now. Pretty decent. I think he's another Brexit support, as I will now term. He's another one of them. He plays Alistair. He plays Rel. He goes in. He knocks people up. The other two players...
Excuse me?
The other two players, Soimu and Uki,
Look,
we don't know so much about.
None of our business, okay?
Knocks people up
Okay.
in game, of course. In game, in game.
In Minecraft,
What kind of games you
or
playing?
possibly in League of Legends. Yeah. Listen, that's again between Gibble and a person of his choice. Okay. So the top side, again, new factors, Soimu and Uki. We've heard some good things about them, but ultimately we need to see how they bed in with a solid mid and bot side. Certainly with Emil and Rhythm, the carry potential is there, right? We've got enough carries to carry a game. I don't think anyone's kind of necessarily disputing that. And Absolved, we certainly have seen some great things from some of these players in the past. Nick, again, as one of these, this is more like a rise or from last game. Like this is from more of a. We have a certain floor, I think we'd expect with this roster, right? We know we'd expect to achieve a certain level, but when you're kind of matching up into the rises and the teams where we have a certain understanding of them, do you feel any type of way about Absolved in terms of, you think it's stronger, do you think it's weaker, do you think their carries are well designed, or what's your kind of sense on them?
I kind of was talking about Loopy being an Urgot main. Well, they also have an Urgot main in Soimu, so that is going to be a factor for sure. You already know my opinion on that champion. Any team
success.
Yes, the key is not picking Urgot. Right, that's number one. I think because we've already seen these players, right, we kind of know what to expect. This is a different meta. It might not specifically fit them from what I've seen personally, but you know, they have had like almost half a year to practice on the new patch, so I really want them to step up, learn new champions, and just steamroll the opposing team, which is the Mystery Inc. So
Scooby and the gang. Scooby and the
gang on your screens. Nuclear Vikings returning to Div 1 with some players that we may recognize. Scooby, Josh Kang, and Shush being those folks. Now, Shush is someone who I personally have a lot of time for. I think that this guy was performing very, very well in the lane phase and in team fights later on. Obviously, again, on a rosters that didn't necessarily have too much firepower, weren't able to really make deep runs, but I think as an individual, I think Shush certainly had a fair amount to show us. Now, Rob, how convinced were you by that, and then by Josh Kang and Scooby as well, these players that we've seen go around a couple times? Where do we think the real potential's coming out here?
So, again, you've said the name wrong. We decided on the weekend show that was Velma in the top lane, I'll have you know.
Yes,
and then we had
Daphne in the mid lane.
Daphne in the mid lane, Scooby, I believe. I can't remember who. I think Haggleboj was
Shaggy.
Shaggy, that was it. And then Fred as Josh Kang.
Yeah.
Shaggleboat. Not sure if we can say that. But no, so
it's been
Shu,
said
really,
now,
really solid Tottenham. When they got relegated, he had a great series, honestly, against the Inkwik when they promoted into the league. He did solo kill Kerberos a few times, and we rate Kerberos pretty highly, at least in the UK.
Times.
So.
Yeah.
So I think he has got a couple picks in, like the Gwen and the Na, I think are some of his more staple picks. Josh Kang is a great sort of role player jungler, as in the sense of he's able to do like the Vi's and the J4s and the Xin Zhaos when you need him to play them. And I think on some of the previous rosters he was let down a little bit. Elling, by the way, has been on Nuclear Vikings keep their players. I don't think we've ever shouted this out. They do not drop a player. Elling has been on Nuclear Vikings either in Prime League or UKEL for like 3 years or something at this point. So they all have been around the scene, at least on a Nuclear Vikings roster somewhere, and they've all got experience. Big question marks, though, for me in the bot lane. I think Scooby, last time he was here, he was on Rise Gaming, and I distinctly remember a very bad NASA support game against a Callista, where he gave a certain German ADC we used to have play here many kills. So they do need to step up. Div 2, they weren't the best team in Div 2. They can't just be the worst team in Div 1. They need to get... Playoffs is top 8. Can they pick up a few wins while having played a roster that has... This roster's been around for a long time, so they'd have the time to actually build cohesion. Absolve don't have that. Can they beat them on day one? They have to beat Emil and Rhythm. That's very hard.
It is a very tall order, especially with the slightly kind of less known quantities that we're kind of worrying. Maybe necessarily how they're going to fit in, how they're going to stack up in Div 1, and you're going up against Emil and Rhythm. It's a bit of a rough landing, perhaps, for Nuclear Vikings, who have struggled as an org in the past. They have been around the block a few times and are yet to make a really kind of deep run. So we'll see if they can do a little bit more with this, if we can get a little bit more out of, particularly for me, players like Shush and Josh Kang, that top side. I'd love to see a little bit more out of them. But Nick, do you think that, given what we know about Absolved, and the parts that we do know about Nuclear Vikings, I mean, it really feels like a pretty solid Absolved pick here, but you think is there an angle for Nuclear Vikings, you know, or maybe potentially to ask it another way, in 2026, as an underdog team, how would you approach that kind of matchup? How would you draft? How would you try to play to try and kind of trip up a strong opponent?
You kind of want to draft something that arguably counters the meta, but there's also still comfort. So, for example, we've seen Anivia rise a lot against Rise specifically, and those are angles, the type of angles that you can pick to get those wins. For example, Zerath into Orianna should also just win, which is a champion we just don't see usually. I think those kind of picks we really want to see from Nuclear Vikings, specifically because they are on the red side. We already see the Rise, so again, Anivia has a pretty good choice here, which you can also flex to the top. The only question is, of course, do you play it?
Yeah, no, this is a much more Rob-friendly draft. We first picked the Rise as opposed to the Orianna, so they, you know, Soimu did earn himself an Urgot ban, for better or worse. The Varus still a mainstay, and it seems like they're really trying to push Elling out of lane dominant picks with the Yone and LeBlanc ban, but we've now just got the Orianna anyway, and it's taken it in the answer to Rise. So Rob, instead of first picking the Orianna and taking
We just second picked instead
into the Rise, is this actually better, or is this still not your favorite?
I mean, I just think she's in like a tier 2 in mid laners at the moment. I think Azir, Tilly, you've got Azir and Rise, and then answers to Azir and answers to Rise. And I think Orianna isn't really an answer to any of those champs. I think she drops down a little bit, at least in higher level comp. If we see here as well the Yunara, that is, many would argue, the best ADC on the patch. Probably her and Varus are the top 2. If you just look at like stats around the world. Then you see a Wukong, probably likely Comfort, although still quite a strong jungler, and then Corki is that next sort of ADC down the list. We've seen Yunara Corki a million times. If you've been watching LEC, this happened every game for the first 2 weeks, pretty much. And I think that it's at this point we see that. I mean, I actually think Yunara just generally brings more to team comp later, but Corki's lane dominance isn't really understated. It's more of a support matchup based thing, though. We'll have to see what they pick for Scooby and Beanlord in the bot lane to round out that bot lane matchup.
Like we might have the Leona and early, and we have seen a lot of support counter picks going into that second rotation, but it looks like instead it's going to be top laners that we're leaving the counters up for. So Nick, we have a Yunara Rel. I think Yunara does seem like one of these champions you can go for the enchanters quite comfortably with it, but they've gone for the engager here. How do you feel about Yunara with engagers? Do you feel like she's particularly tending or plays well with them? Would you prefer to see an enchanter here, or what's your feeling on this pairing they put together?
I think with Orianna, Yunara, you definitely do need your front line. And specifically, if you go for a Rel, then you can instantly, on R3, you can ban the counters to Rel. Braum, I wouldn't necessarily call a counter. I think Braum would have maybe even been better than Rel in this case, because you have the Yunara. But right now, you can also just ban the Alistar. You want to get rid of him. Poppy would be a very good ban here as well, just so that Rel doesn't actually get hard countered. But apparently that is kept open. So what then do you look for? Because the very next pick is going to be either the jungle or the top. It's probably going to be a jungler. You already know you are going to face against Wukong. The question is, what is good into Wukong? Because I feel like it's a champion that is always good into anything. So then the next part is, okay, then how am I going to get a pick on Ryze? Well, Jarvan is definitely not the case. A Nocturne is still on the table, of course. I think it's a very strong pick regardless.
The
I see
Aurora
Rob
ban.
thinking.
The Aurora ban is against Shush. Obviously, Kennen is too. He's very good at those ranged AP top laners. He played a lot of Aurora.
Nasty counters.
I'm trying to think of like what you're picking. Like, is that showing you want to like a Renekton or you want to go for like a Rumble? Those are usually what we've seen Aurora being picked into in comp. We see a Volibear. This is a champion that with Dusk and Dawn is actually very good. So like a Dusk and Dawn Navori into. Oh, never mind. I don't even need to talk about hovers. I shouldn't even bother. They've just locked in J4, and that means now Poppy is just the best champion in the entire world. Gibbel plays Poppy and has played it in comp before, so he's very likely, I'd assume, going to lock in Rumble Poppy because you've banned Aurora Kennen, which is a good matchup into Rumble, and you've got Wukong Rumble ult, and then you've got Poppy to deny any sort of counter engage, and I think you're rounding yourself out here nicely for Resolve to play around. They're two best players in Emil and Rhythm.
The fact that we've seen Rumble get this deep without being banned and then making the second rotation is certainly not a common thing right now, but we still, and we don't have the Ambessa answer. We do have a Cassante, which people are often using as a Rumble answer at the very least. I know Shush is a tank player. Rob clearly doesn't believe in it, but it certainly seems like a lot of people are picking it. We'll see if Shush wants to go that way. And we are potentially foregoing the Poppy. We'll see what Beanlord wants to lock in at the very end right there. And the draft is kind of coming off the rails a little bit right now, where I'm losing track of all the threads that we're pulling on here. And it is in fact Nami. So I know that Corki Nami is a pairing, but we did eschew the Poppy that does completely neutralize the J4 and the Rail.
I feel like
and
it completely
Lunara.
shuts down everything you want the team to do, whereas the Nami, I think, is just another target for, like, you've got two people to get the ball in. One of them is J4, insta-kill Nami, bada bing, bada boom, Beanlord is taken off the Rift. I feel like it's a bit... He has to play it has to be a Reckless-esque performance on the Nami.
Yeah.
The Kayle... I mean, this champion is really strong on current pay. It is very strong. Like, it's got some of the highest win rates, at least in top. But to pick it into Rumble, to me, is like, we're not going to play top lane for the first 10 levels. Like, Rumble should just happily be okay in that early top matchup. And you're just hoping you get into the game.
I would have just picked Gwen in the top spot, because maybe like 1 to 4, Gwen doesn't really want to face off against Rumble, but then she starts scaling, and then suddenly like no one can really match the Gwen anymore on the side of Absolve, maybe except for Ryze, but then Gwen still runs him down and he has to escape, so that would be like a GG pick in my opinion. But Kayle, I think, is kind of in the same style of Gwen, but she comes online much later than a Gwen. So in that sense, I think the Kayle is not a bad pick. But I would have just preferred the Gwen. As for Nami itself, it feels like it is more of a disengage, like a counter-engage kind of champion that they have picked here for that role, which is fine. But then you have Renata Glask, you have... well, Braum is banned, obviously, but there are, again, picks that are, I think, would be a bit better.
You're being engaged upon by both Rel and Jarvan. You can counter-engage that as Nami. I just think you're quite squishy. Corki Nami is a very strong lane. It's just a very strong lane. If you're Rhythm, I low-key think Rhythm's team fighting is just excellent, right? So get him through lane, get him to that point. Maybe that's the play they've gone for. I personally would have just preferred a Poppy, just because I think it denies both engage options coming out from Nuclear Vikings. But again, Nami makes perfect sense. We'll talk about the Kayle a little bit more. I just don't know how this is going to go, like, if you get put out of the game, because you are essentially foregoing having one lane to play through here. If you are Nuclear Vikings, you're not going to be able to make much happen around mid lane. Not mid lane, top lane, sorry. Again, the Kayle, again, into the Rumble. I think you're at a huge risk there. Your 2v2 should be significantly worse pre-6. So, Shush has come in here, coming back into the league, and he's decided, I'm going to play...
ego pick.
That's he's learned a lot from beating Kerberos, is what I'm saying. Because that guy,
he's feeling
he likes a
himself
KL.
now.
He's feeling himself coming back into the league for game 1.
Yeah, and if Nuclear Vikings gets there, I'm loving the team fighting with Rel, Jarvan engage, Orianna to follow, Yunara, Kale backline carries. Like you're crushing the 5v5, bro. If you can get to that point.
The mixed damage is very strong as well.
Exactly, right? It's huge DPS and burst potential that they can bring in here, plus the Kale ult and doesn't go amiss on an engaging Jarvan. But again, are we winning bot lane? No, probably not. Rhythm, Beanlord, Corki, Nami, probably not. Are we winning mid lane? We're not winning mid lane. Orianna's not going to win mid lane against Ryze. You can't win mid lane against Ryze with a mage. He just builds HP and walks away. Are we winning top lane? No, we're getting roasted by Rumble for the first half of the game, and then hopefully getting there. So I feel like we have a similar situation to last draft, folks, where if this comp functions at 25 minutes, then fine. But if all of your lanes are down, and your jungler has been putting out fires all map, how are we playing this one out?
I figured it out. If anyone here, just shout out Scooby Dooby Doo. Go and check his Twitter. He's doing a charity thing for this split. And he's doing a charity project where I believe every death he will donate 50p to a charity at the end of the split. So maybe that was the angle here, Trajan. And playing the Rel, he's either going to kill everyone and get 0 deaths, or he has lots of deaths, and both feel good for him.
Charity. That's what we're doing. Okay.
No, I mean, I think Loki. I think it's actually it's a Rel game where either you look incredible or you're going to have a very, very hard time because you're going to have to jump in and be the savior of your team to get those engagers. And I think that, as you've said, it seems very hard to make that happen. There is options here. I think you have to play on bot though. I think if your Nuclear Vikings play around bot side, you have set up there. I don't think you have set up elsewhere. So just play around bot and hope to put Rhythm in the dust.
We are going to try to get into the game absolutely this second. I'm not even going to give you predictions, because I gave you predictions last time. We didn't even get the game in, so I'm going to count that as a curse. I'm going to send it straight back over to our casters. Let's hear it, please, for a game of League. Please, everybody, pray in the chat. Pass it over, production. Let's have a game of League.
I love the troubleshooting that you're doing there, CJ. You are doing the Lord's work. Shout out again to Scooby for his work towards a good cause. If we get a game, we will see how much gets added to the pot. But of course,
I feel like we need a sound effect of coins clinking into a jar, and we just mash that button every time he dies. Production. That's the one. That's the one. We are doing Lord Morello's work. May his servers be cool and crisp and smooth and not toasty and full of barbecue. As our favorite meme. Just so is. Brack, this draft's real cool. I love it.
Yeah, so as was pointed out, Poppy would have probably gone Burt this game, but Absolved opting against it. The challenge or the question I do have is this Kale. Does she have time to outscale this game?
It's a difficult question. Kale isn't just the sort of level 18 bot. Sure, 16 does generally spell doom in the same way a Kassadin does, or sort of end game threat. I do not mind Absolve moving so far away from the Poppy. If we look at the characters, they've got the only one who says stand and deliver and fight me here, come at me, is Ryze. Everyone else wants to be running forwards. We want an equalizer as the threat. Nanami to absolutely capitalize on Corki. I can't believe it, Brack. I can't believe it's not League of Legends. It's League of Legends.
It is my league in the Legends. The Four Nations, the UKEL, returning to your screens. We see Absolved on the blue side, the Nuclear Vikings on the red. We already see a little bit of movement coming out. Soimu, along with Utki, stepping forwards. Josh Kang already having put down a ward. It'll just be a little bit of vision when he comes around to those chickens.
Oh man, I am in shock that we're in a game. I'm sure it'll wear off in a second. This is not something I was expecting to feel tonight. Love the neutral start on all of the lanes. We do have the Corki Yunara just checking in here.
Yeah, of course, it's a little bit awkward for Yunara just straight up fighting, especially pre-6 when you don't have the opportunity to get that queue going. We can see that Corky is making good use of that.
All right, please bear with us, everyone. We just need to pause just for a second. We're still in the game. We promised. We're still in. We're still there for now.
Ghosting just a tad, but yeah, we are all good here. I mean, we've been given that true first glorious taste of hope. There is a game. There has been a game on your screens. It will continue to be on your screens in but a moment's time when we return to the feed. And there we go. Gibble Beanlord putting a little bit of the poke down, of course. The Nami is trying to frustrate Scooby's efforts throughout this lane. Hey, look, mid laners are trading like normal.
It feels very normal. Feels like Summoner's Rift. Looking at the junglers, it is more common in the current season to path down towards the bottom lane. So it's going to be where Wukong ends up. Utki, I think I've got written on the sheet, was preparing to pronounce a different set of names tonight, and that's okay. Guyball going Chomp, not a huge surprise. Ranged support, give you that early setup in this lane, and will give Corky the ability to pounce straight to later on. We'll have to see if Scooby manages to keep all of his pocket money, and oh no.
So Soimu just roasted Shush under his turret.
Yep, that's a Kale pre-level 5. The Doran's Blade may be a bit ambitious. Maybe we should have been Doran's Ring or even a Doran's Shield, not the end of the world on Kale, if it helps you get there.
The fact that Gibble's having to come up and bail Emil out effectively, really suffering in the early poke stakes, that Josh Kang is making his own way towards the mid lane. Maybe Ellen can try and bait Gibble forwards. I don't think he's going to fall for that one, but does mean that they get to shove the wave in. Emil might suffer a little bit. Home guards only get you back so fast.
They are so much faster though. Look at him already racing past that tier 1. He's going to miss at least the melees here, but not a huge amount despite capitalization on the early play. Absolved got to be feeling pretty good right now. We do have to see, as you've mentioned, if they continue that streak though. The earlier dragon's going to be where we're looking, I think, as the level 6s come through for Shush and for Aglibo at about that time.
Josh Kang trying to put some damage down to Soimu, but he's already come back with 2 amp tomes and
he's reading.
Puts a chunk down. Yeah, reading the means of combustion.
It's just spellbook fireball.
Pretty much. Hey, any D&D wizard will tell you there's only one spell that really matters.
That's my favorite. All right. Junglers both looking in position to start off the dragon relatively near to spawn. I don't think we're going to see a rush, but I think we're definitely going to see a bit of a standoff as both teams suspects there will be motion. And look at how smoothly Kane and Guyball are pushing this bottom lane. They should have full priority over the river.
Straight plates taken down, the first one at least. And a big CS advantage is being accrued for Absolved in that bottom lane. Elsewhere, though, a little bit quieter. And Josh Kang, of course, falling a little bit behind on the clear, at least was initially, but has managed to catch up to it. Key. Stun lands. He's able to buffer the Valkyrie. Step that one away. The poke damage coming back from the Yanara. Again, it's not going to really start popping off.
Oh, fancy feed out of Kane. We'll have to check if this one plays for Leicester. Am I dated? Has he transferred teams? I don't know. I don't watch football. Sorry, audience.
I wasn't even sure that was the Kane you were talking about. Damage turnaround is good, but Gibble's going to have a bit of respect. Perhaps gets chunked down a touch, but does look like the play is going to be a reset as this wave gets shoved forward. I say that as Kane goes to auto the turret once again.
He's just holding the Valkyrie. He's got his own Thresh Lantern, you know. He's up in the grill of his opponents. He's having a good time.
Seeing Josh Kang now, though, surely.
Yeah, we gotta back this up, fellas. Just because you got flash doesn't mean you need to use it. And the Wukong coming towards that first dragon as well, so neither team should be able to break this stalemate. I will be interested to see whether they go over onto the grubs, just because they've seen so much lower priority this split, and anyone who starts them does immediately seed that dragon.
Right now, though, it doesn't seem either team is all that fussed about it. Gibble did just go and lob a ward down. And of course, it's kind of expected in this season that junglers can solo it, and you're, as laners, more expected to just maintain pressure for a large part of it.
Yeah, I think as long
Right
as you
now
got the other side tracked, you get to play your game. It's a little less dependent on grouping up, but more being like aware of the next 30 seconds. It feels nice. It feels like League of years ago.
Scooby and Haggle going to get those resets off. Kane, having hit the level 6, wasn't able to disrupt the Yunara back. The question is, Utki coming in with the level 6 on the Wukong is just going to throw that damage through. A crushing blow plus a second Cyclone will be a second kill for Absolved. Emil roaming through the jungle as well. Josh Kang is going to be warded away from his own blue buff. Ellen keeping the vision there. They could try to contest this. Jarvan is not level 6 yet, going over the blast cone. Does not get caught by the bubble, but still wins the smite fight.
Oh, that's crazy. Numbers disadvantage as well. Maybe Absolve should have retreated back
smite?
to the waves.
That might have just been the swag flag.
That's crazy. I think, was it QE? I think it was QE, so he didn't move. Absolute bonus.
Yes,
though.
I agree with that play. Putting yourself in the middle of 3 might not have been the way forward.
Wild. Absolutely wild they didn't walk up on him. Right down in the bottom lane, though. Scooby. He's looking eager to donate some money over, whether it be his own assists or maybe the opposite.
Oh, speaking of, there was a production or tournament ops have shown that there was a counter offer coming out from Tea Time. Every assist that Scooby gets this game will also accrue £1 from Tea Time.
Hey, that's pretty proper. Shout out Tea Time.
Again, a staple of the scene.
He's been around a few times. All right, loads of pings
Quite a
down
while.
onto top side as we do get to see the expanded fields of vision that our new Fey lights bring to the Rift as Josh Kang doesn't want to get cooked in this barbecue pit.
He might not have much of a choice in the matter. In fact, he goes back out, but immediately gets caught. Shush has to flash to put down the Divine Intervention. Soimu will die for it. Josh Kang, held onto his flash, is now going to be able to turn this back around. Utki dropping low. Emil trying to give him a way out. He's got his own flash, which I think he will need to burn, but Shush throws over the top. However, Utki able to survive. Elling still got his eye on him. Shush looking for the angle. Also, one more auto, a double for the KO. However, Elling falls to the turret damage, giving it back across to Emil. But 2 kills for the KO is really nice. 3 kills, in fact, all there for Nuclear Vikings top laner.
It was an excellent setup for the Shockwave. Josh Kang just able to evade lethal damage, turn it back around with the Cataclysm. We get to see the disadvantage of Rise we've seen replicated in some tier 1 games, where without all of his summoner spells, he can be a little fragile when he starts to want to get stuck into a fight and fully commit. With that, I think the Nuclear Vikings take the moral victory, even if not on paper. Because you're right, Breck, we are accelerating the KL. We got a Shockwave off. Orianna managed to play through a fight and should be able, with the gold gained, now do so again.
Yeah, and now Soima doesn't just get to free trade in top lane either. You walk towards and you're probably just taking a Q to the face, and then as you walk away, eating autos, eating E's. In the meantime, Absolved will take this mild tempo advantage as an opportunity to secure the first Drake of the game. A Chemtech in the pocket.
Can't argue too much. It's a shame it's not a really exciting dragon, but that means we might get a more exciting dragon as a soul. And that means in this split where you're nearly always getting up towards soul point unless you absolutely share out the dragons, really important to try and secure that one.
Absolutely. Next up is the Cloud. So yeah, we're looking towards perhaps.
Oh, that
more
means
exciting. In fact,
we're on for dynamite. There is.
Yeah, I was about to say we're all. It's gas all the way down.
Most non-active effects on screen version would be mounted, and that's still a lot of combat statistics, especially when you will have these chunkier carries like the Rise who will have health and can opt into the resist to really make the most.
Scooby jumps over the top of Gibble's bubble. We'll be able to put the damage back through. Haggleboy taking a chunk, and is going to have to step away. This tower, of course, getting chipped down gradually. The shockwave from Elling misses onto Emil.
Oh, it's not a
Razor,
sombrero. No one's
bacon a bit
wearing
there.
that hat. It's just in a puddle on the floor. Really unfortunate. Just clipping the edge of Rise there. I'm not sure if the phase rush was on. We can believe it is. Just for the sake of today.
Coming up to 12 minutes, you can see Soimo trying to put the damage forward, but it's actually pretty trivial for Shush to walk away from it, positioning a little bit on the easier side. Josh Kang here towards the bottom lane. Does not seem too interested in starting anything, though. Utki is playing towards the top side. You can't really dive a Kale with ult up, though.
It's definitely difficult. However, Rumble dealing so much damage, you can force it out on the initial.
Does he want to chase? I think he will be deciding against it. He's
not
going to take too much
again,
damage
not
and die. Everyone seems to underestimate the slow on the Kale Q.
All right. Okay, we're not allowed near towers anymore, buddy. That's one in defense, one in offense. That's really rough for the Wukong. He does want to be accelerating, does want to be a driving force for his team, and is instead spending a lot of time looking at his death recap. A bit of a shame. I do understand the need to force the play onto Kale. She's nearly level 11. Shush here quietly in the top side, just making the best of it.
Especially after dying early to Soima rather. Is turning this one around. There is that level 11 you're talking on, so able to start stacking up the Exalted. Turning that into some nasty AoE damage when we get towards these later fights. Like, imagine 2-3 members are stuck in a Cataclysm or are caught by a Shockwave. If you've got those Exalted stacks, you are melting all of them.
It's going to get righteous. It's going to get regal real fast. Yunara still taking so much poke. Kane so confident.
Stepping around every single piece of crowd control Scooby throws in his direction. I think this tower is pretty much dead to rights.
Yeah, Hasta la Vista Tower. First one in the game. Easy peasy.
Okay, trying to get the last little bit of damage down. Scooby will be able to stun and run, keeping his own life. It would have been a third death for him had that come through.
This is one of the more reserved UKEL games, I think, of recent history. First one we've seen tonight, so I suppose that's not saying a whole lot, but
yeah, we'll see what sort of precedent it sets for the year.
Yeah, there is like a controlled game plan here from both teams. Real exciting.
Trying to run at Elling here. There is a tidal wave coming across. Dodged away from Shockwave again. Dodged, but Josh Kang and Scooby rushing in towards the mid lane here. Dibble does have a flash up. It's not going to be able to use it, in fact, as Elling picks it up. The jump forwards, locked into the Cataclysm. Emil gets taken down. Josh Kang will pick that up. Key is coming towards the mid lane, but he is far too late. Kane will limp away. That is a big catch for the side of the Nuclear Vikings.
It is. We can start to see that sort of vulnerability that Rise has. If you cannot overwhelm his position, it becomes overwhelmed itself and cannot hold on his own. So I suppose maybe a Poppy would have helped him out there. Would have been that defensive shield, that difficulty in getting down onto our Rune Mage. But instead, we're going to have to see if Emil can hold his ground a little bit longer in this game. Oh, no way, no way.
Goal gets out barely on the recall. Utki not quite able to get his number here, but is well positioned if they want to start off the second Drake. Of course, Kane already well on the way to a second item, which more than likely going to be, of course, that Muramana. Very nearly there with the stacks. Emil joining from the bot lane. This is not going to be contested at all by the side of the Nuclear Vikings, and we will find ourselves on an Infernal Rift this game.
Yeah. Ooh, okay. Value for that for Absolve just went massively up. They probably do need to attend the next one now. Nuclear Vikings just going to get a cross map. Rift Herald, I'm on the fence of how to feel about. This split, it's really nice that you will always get the plates from it. So it's always got a gold value instead of removing that as part of its upper strength last split. But at the same time, if it is sort of taken cross from a dragon, it always feels a bit sour that sure you've got some money, but time is ticking and the soul never far away.
I wonder at this point, considering the extra XP Shush is gaining, though, might he be level 16 by the time the soul comes around?
I think with Top Quest, he might be level 16 by the time next dragon comes up. We'll keep an eye
Entirely
on that.
possible. Yeah.
Yeah, that extra isolated experience you get.
Welcome back, Hextech Gunblade. First item pickup for Shush. Scooby trying to find an angle towards Kane and Gibble here. Gibble is able to get over the wall, but still gets caught by the Magnet Storm, followed right into the Shockwave. As Nuclear Vikings are trying to find the angle in. Utki is able to get a lot of good knockups, but the damage is not there. Emil is forced to flight. Utki decides to commit. He will kill Hagerboy, is able to get away for a second, but Josh Kang will chase him down with the flag and the drag. Ends up as a 2-4-1. Herald being put down into the mid lane as well. This is going to be a few plates.
It won't be the whole thing, especially with everyone there taking that plate. Does get the bulwark on. Does look like Josh Kang should be out of this.
I like the theory from Gibble there, trying to land the bubble as he comes out from the Herald, flashes away from the second bubble. Response from Absolve. They're going to try and push back towards the turret. Elling does not have much mana, so he can't clear out the wave. One plate will be secured, and it looks like a second might even come through. Great bubble from Gibble, preventing a follow-up engage. Emil still trying to shove this one forwards. I don't know if he will be able to succeed. Shush, I think, is quite happy for a 1v1 here. He's got Divine Judgment available.
Oh, he's ready, especially with the boots as well. The walk forwards, unstoppable. Into the rumble. You do just have to be careful, because even if he is vulnerable to the 1v1, it still deals a lot of damage back and surprise you there, especially if both Electro Harpoons get the shred in. I'm feeling for Scooby-Doo a bit this game. I think he would have got away with that engage on mid if it wasn't for that meddling fish. It's been a real shame that he's been stuck sort of watching Geibel play the game for so long. We'll have to see if he gets another big engage, another front line where he can hold Emil away, potentially from this tier 1 tap.
Well, right now, I was going to say they're spreading out and looking for clues, but they're specifically looking for Emil, but it looks like they might be the ones who end up caught. However, Utki does not have his ultimate right now. Not able to find onto Elling, gets out on low health. The bubble, however, finds Josh Kang. Can they follow the chase through? Shush with the teleport in. Elling is going to burn down from Soimu's damage. Josh Kang being chased forwards as well. Another for the Rumble. Double kill secured. But keep trying to chase, but he doesn't have another charge of the Cyclone. He can't land any CC for the follow-up to come through. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Kane picks up another one onto Hagelboy. Down drops the Yanara.
I think Absolved have got to be pretty happy with that. They get the catch, and they get a solo kill in mid as well. This Corki is an absolute machine right now.
Second item picked up for Shush. There's the Dusk and Dawn. We were expecting at least one. I mean, I'm expecting one in pretty much every game.
I don't know if it's that good, you know.
It's the interesting thing. I've seen a lot of people, myself included, buy into the hype and just go, oh yeah, Dusk and Dawn first on Diana every game. But I've seen a lot of people go that it's kind of fake and you'd be better off just building Rocket Belt.
Yeah, indeed. Rocket Belt. It's sort of eclipsed in the stats now. Haha, more Sun and Moon jokes. But yeah, for the first week, but even before Dusk and Dawn was sort of slated for any changes, massively behind a Hextech, a Rocket Belt rather. And yeah, even with like a greedy jungle item, when you can get away with it, just much more damage coming through that avenue and getting champions like Diana into the position rather than that greedy damage. I get it on UKEL, right? You want to spool up those 5 auto attacks as fast as you can. You want to double all of the damage on one of them. That's pretty cool. But I think unless you're really getting initial value, okay, just fishing. They're not able to find anything as Nuclear Vikings spread to the wind.
Kane, that is a ballsy play. Gets Cataclysmed immediately. Shush is able to drop the Divine Judgment on himself. He will fall down here as Uki trying to be the disruption. He's not quite able to kill Hagelboy, and it's all falling apart for Absolved. Emil is getting tanky enough to do some real work, but he can't have, doesn't have the range to find his targets. Gibble is the only one left standing, in fact. The Nuclear Vikings, with that fight win, can deny the dragon stacking, pick up their first one.
Kane, you're going for a trip in the mystery machine. All right, that was mildly criminal. And some of our fellas would like to have a chat with you down at the station. In all jest, Nuclear Vikings come together. They see some over-aggression. Absolved clearly feeling that Yunara and UKEL scaling warrant some immediate action rather than more of a slow-paced approach to the game.
That has to have been like a neural activation moment of Kane just goes, I think I can assassinate this guy. Because it's one of those, like, opens door, ruh-roh.
It was a few bonus pennies for the charity of Scooby Dooby Doo's choice in a few weeks. We'll have to check in on that. We'll have to see who the recipient
Current
of this good
mathematics,
fortune
we're
is.
at £8.50.
Whoa, this is a fast outcome. Elling, not quickly approaching this lane, aware that Absolved are waiting, just out of view, just behind that suspicious background.
I think Gibble was expecting Utki to follow him over the Blaska. That did not end up happening.
No.
Meanwhile, Soimu, while being screened by his teammates, will be able to pick up that top tier 1. Shush has been left alone in the bot lane to pick up the 1 bot lane.
Nuclear Vikings playing the extra lane there. So we'll be able to guide this into the tier 1 tower. Emil doesn't have teleport, just the Realm Warp on the ultimate. I do wonder if you start a play above mid lane with Josh Kang coming off his creeps here. I wonder if there's a way he can back Scooby-Doo up and try and find Nami on this vision rotation. We are playing with Maphack's audience, but this is about the timer as Kane and Soimu do move together to guide them through the jungle.
That control ward placement is a little unfortunate. It doesn't spot the ward.
Oh, it's just
placed
off.
Over the river ward. It is barely pixels outside of reach. It does get the one that's in the pit. The Shush trying to run away from Emil. The ghost was expended on the rise there. But even so, Divine Judgment was available, unlikely to result in a kill.
How close are we to level 16? That's the question in mind. Because starting a Baron up with that immediate starting Baron up with that immediate power spike and the Seeker's Arm Guard in inventory is a huge shift of power towards the Nuclear Vikings in what has otherwise been a pretty close game. While Kane might be miles ahead, the Corki is already starting to have his power wane until he gets a little bit further in. You wonder if he will go for the Bandolier. They're having a pretty decent time just pushing slowly. Level 16's got to be so close for this KO now. I think the Vikings can almost taste it.
All goes quiet on the map for now. Both teams just feeling around, oftentimes in the dark, trying to find some advantage, some moment where they can commit to a play. Soimu coming from the side. That's a fantastic position for an equalizer. Josh Kang flashes out, but he will still burn down. That's a jungler off the board. If Absolved want to continue this play, Baron is still there, tantalizing. Emil, however, is being turned upon. Going to try and drop the Realm Warp to join up with his team. No, he goes to bot lane. Instead, he's going to continue perhaps the shove. The rest of his team are in the 4v4 right now. There is the level 16. Shush has hit that big KL power spike. I think that thing alone is enough to dissuade Absolved from starting Baron.
Yeah, now you got to approach things a little more tactically. You won't have a lot of time for Emil to start and stand and unload. Kane is even more vulnerable. We don't have a way to keep the Corki alive if Kale does manage to get on top of him. So we're starting to set conditions on a Valkyrie that's been used so far this game to dive forwards to apply pressure. And instead now, Absolved have really got to slow this down and think about it. They have to find some huge pick, some vision play. Otherwise, a 5v5, a straight up, we're going to fist fight each other, is not going to be as successful. And it was already starting to fall behind before level 16, before Yunara managed to pick up more items.
The big question now is, do Nuclear Vikings care about giving Absolved Soul Point? 30 seconds until the next Infernal Drake spawns up, but Baron is right there. And look at all of those red health bars playing towards the top side of the map. Utki is there and will have some support to clear out that vision.
Ooh, bit of
Hoping
dance
they'll
in the
do it in
bottom
the
lane.
dark. Elling's been caught. Emil has found Shush and solo killed him off to the side. Elling is low, but not yet dead. Utki not quite able to find the damage. In fact, they're all locked in the Cataclysm. Down will drop the Wukong. Emil, however, with the flank, the Rise is running electric. And we'll find some more kills. Haggleboy is the only one left alive. 3 still standing. They're going to try and knock on the door of the inhibitor. The Yonara will fall. Emil and Gibble find themselves under an inhibitor turret. The minions, thankfully, will tank it for them as the tier 2 will drop down and they can peel back for Soul Point.
It's so difficult there for the Nuclear Vikings. Losing your Kale off on the side before the fight even starts removes so much of that power. That is the pick we were looking for, and props to Emil for the heads-up play. Even the saving the Realm Warp at the end, just to make Haglebo have a horrible time.
It pains me a little that I don't get to see what happened in the Emil versus Shush matchup. Like, that was off screen.
So Juice was sort of into the jungle entrance in front of his tier 2, and I think he lit a fire in Emil, who just was able to run at him and stick him on the terrain, really.
No way out. Exalted on every single auto attack at this point in the game is this Kale. Still level 16 for now, of course. 4 levels technically still to go before max is reached, thanks to the top lane role quest.
We love a few extra
And
levels. We
all
love a little
eyes.
bit of extra scaling.
All eyes now to the Baron. 4 minutes until a Drake is available. Josh Kang moving up. Soimu has very much heads up that was going to happen.
He's
and
out.
has left swiftly.
I'm not sure about the clustering here, about the grouping.
Elling.
We have a lot of Absolved in one
Immediate realm
place.
warp. They're going to try and find the angle in. And, yep, no flash on the Orianna. Bye-bye to the Nuclear Vikings mid laner. Do they want to pull the trigger? They have now started the Baron up. Control water being cleared out. It is now dark for the Nuclear Vikings to try and make their way in. Josh Kang there with Shushin Hagboy towards the top side. Scooby has been found by Kane, though. This Rel does have a flash available. Will be able to use it to get away. The Baron is still on 6,000 health. Down will drop the Equalizer. You have to think, Absolved, they need to choose. They need to commit, or do they want to make this continue? Josh Kang locks many of them in the Cataclysm, drops low, but not yet down. The Baron will fall as they are zoned away. And without anybody dying, Absolved will secure the Baron along with 2 kills.
It's a long, long cry from Atakan of the year just gone by. A controlled Baron take, Equalizer used to secure that last position needed for Absolved to pick that one up. I'm pretty excited to see if the next fight follows a similar rhythm. Teleports in now. Scooby-Doo just going to use his spellbook. I'm not sure what the Nuclear Vikings can do against these empowered waves. Excuse me, empowered waves with the overflow coming up. Once again for Emil, who's been a thorn in the side so far. If Corky was the bridge, I think Rise is the final boss here. I'm not sure we can have Yunara up on that wave in mid.
Yeah. With this new item, Emil visualizing a world in which they win. And it's coming closer and closer to becoming true. Scooby, with the Celestial Opposition Shield, can face check, but there's no guarantee of safety as in goes Utki, and they're stuck right there underneath the Equalizer. Utki will drop as Shush will pick that up, but it's 3 people already dead. It's another turret that is going to be fall, and it is down to the solo laners of Nuclear Vikings to hold the line. Clearing the waves is difficult with those extra Baron resistances. The base will be opened up. 1 inhibitor is going to fall for sure. There's 25 seconds until Josh Kang comes back up. With a wave coming in, they might be able to play this all the way.
I think with the 2 waves, you should be alright. You do have to be careful not to be baited into a play, though. Emil not quite having flash yet, otherwise I think he'd have gone for that.
Shush has been found, does not have the ultimate available, does not have the Zhonya's available. Respawn come through for Scooby. Tiger Boy coming up as well. Josh Kang, seconds away. The second inhibitor, the second Nexus turret rather, being taken down. But health bars are dropping low for Absolved here. Kane doing great damage. Emil standing and delivering. He will eventually fall. But Elling and Josh Kang are not going to be able to do enough. Gibble will fall, but as long as Kane can keep hitting that Nexus, the game will be theirs as a triple for Elling as Soimu tries too hard to commit it, and just before the last auto lands from Elling, Kane finishes the job, and Absolved take that first win.
Oh boy. All right. Not as smooth as we thought it was going to be. I think for either team. The plans, the execution was there. We started to see a little bit of a breakdown around that third dragon, a little bit of a reversal that wasn't sustained. Kane, I think, did really well and was sort of the way into this game. I don't think Emil gets a shot later on if the Yunara is like the relative power level she should be. And with that in mind, it's £14.50 over to charity on account of Scooby-Dooby-Doo. And we'll have to find out where he is next game, Breck.
That's from one game. We got a second
one.
Oh man, right
£30 a series? This guy is...
With the second game on the cards.
Made of money.
Some sorcery has been locked in here, I think. I think Scooby knew exactly what he was doing. We'll see how his antics continue. And if the mystery crew can bring themselves back a win.
If you don't get any of this mystery crew stuff, you should have watched the podcast. The VOD's on this channel.
What are you even doing?
You're going to watch it later, right? Some people were on that. It worked hard. Thank you for dealing with us for tech issues. We're gonna just quickly cycle through some casters now, and we'll see you after the break. Thank you so much for sticking around.
Oh, Malphite. All right, here we go. Just
Still going for this space. You would as Chimera super
They're in
low.
trouble, but there's the Rakan coming in for the shielding. The shielding again.
Oh my god!
They lose.
And everyone bow down to Venom Crest. Two-time champions. Bow down to James.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the desk. Some new faces here with W King and Bloxer, and wow, what an exciting game one, guys. Absolve ended up winning it after a little bit of a back and forth. What do we think about, the gameplay and everything that occurred?
I mean, kick things off. I don't think it's a good tip to give a KO player a lot of kills earlier on. But like, how much does that matter if it works? If it doesn't work, right? I mean, you give them the kills, but it still didn't work. So
if winning was good, right? That's how this works. You win, it was fine. It doesn't matter that you gave a bunch of kills over to the Kayle. Kale's not a late game carry anyway. It's all good.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think looking at that game, right, there was a big moment around Grubs where initially Vikings were able to get a big lead, but from there, off of like picks across the map and better team fights, Absolve were sort of able to climb that back. What do you guys think going on into the next game, though? Nuclear Vikings can do to kind of adjust their gameplay, because I feel like they kind of got lucky early on, off of a lot of kills going fed into that Kayle. So I wonder, say that doesn't happen, do they just get stomped? What happens?
Well, I'm not so sure they're going to get themselves stomped right here. I think early on, Josh Kang showed us some really good play on the Jarvan. Obviously, this isn't fearless between the two games, so if he can get himself the Jarvan again, potentially, that could be something fun. But there's also plenty of those engaged-based junglers that are very strong in the meta at the moment. We've seen a lot of them. We're going to apparently see one straight up right here, right now. Although the Vikings, I wouldn't exactly call this one of those engaged junglers. The Lee Sin a little bit more aggressive here. Or wait, which way round?
I think it opens up the game a little bit more. You want to say something, W?
Well, no. So like, Lisa's just going to be interesting. I have actually recently heard that there's some kind of change on the patch that's made Lee Sin a bit stronger. It is considered a bug abuse, but you can now easily cast abilities of Lee Sin's abilities. Previously, you'd have to ward jump to be able to cast abilities while he's dashing in his queue. Now you can't, but they're going so much faster. So who cares about that point, as we're already getting 80 carry lock-ins across the board, and I'm really excited to see how this draft closes out.
Yeah, Rhythm looking to lock in support here. Seeing the kind of comp, a lot of long-range potential, like with the Rumble, the Jhin, the Zero, obviously with the Shuffle. I wonder what kind of support you'd like to see. Usually when I get these kind of scenarios, I'm always like, I like a Braum, especially out of the Aphelios. They're going to go in for Leona, though, just kind of give them a little bit more of their own engage.
I do like that. I think in this composition you really did need some non-committal engage. You've otherwise just got a lot of people having to jump quite far forward. Yeah, maybe you can try to rely on the stuns that you can get out of a Rise, but that's not really what you want to be looking towards overall. And so you kind of just need yourself a tanky top laner right now, unless it's Rise top lane, which it is apparently. Fair enough, into the Rumble, not too bad of a matchup. You can actually bully the Rumble out if you're able to weave spells well enough. It's quite risky, though. You have to get quite close and get in range of the Flame Spitter.
Absolutely. I'm now concerned about how Nuclear Vikings are going to have to play out some of these team fights. It's going to require a lot of position and good positioning from them, relying on Leona to be basically your front line with the help of the Lee Sin. But, I mean, I'm curious, and now we're gonna have the Rakan locked in. That's gonna be a nice form of both engage and disengage for the side of Absolve.
Risky for Scoob's wallet, because how many deaths is he gonna have on this champion now for that whole charity posting? But I think it is a good follow-up, right? You've got the Wukong there. You've got now this Rakan pick that can just follow up on that Cyclone. And when you're looking at these carries from the side of Nuclear Vikings, the Rise and the Aphelios, they're not exactly mobile. So if you get on top of them, you will be able to CC them down and get that damage out. Question is, will you be dead by the time you're on top of them? Because Rise can just burst you out, and even the Aphelios, if they have the right weapon combination, they will be very happy to be in a short range situation.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, sat here as a Jin, I'm not so sure how long you're really going to be able to survive, but I think the overall composition out of Absolved works a lot better, or at least it is more of a pro-style composition that you would expect to see, and it's got a lot of synergies between the different parts. A lot of the ultis all work really well together, and if you're able to sit far enough back as this Jin and just pepper your shots in, it should be okay. We say should, though, anytime you're playing into something like the LeBlanc, I'm not sure how far back you actually need to stand to be able to survive, so it's going to be pretty tricky to play out, and I think in this situation, if Nuclear Vikings are able to get themselves ahead, this composition can just steamroll. From behind, though, it's completely miserable to play.
I'd have to say, going into the next game, what are you guys going to really want to be focused on for, this early game? Because I look at Absolved's comp and I agree with the idea that it kind of forms a really nice thematic concept of what they want to do in the game. My question is, I'm kind of concerned about the mid jungle and how well they'll be able to go up against this LeBlanc Lee Sin, right? Assuming the Ryze is going top. Because I feel like, I would say LeBlanc Lee Sin have sort of advantage in the early to mid against that Azir and the Wukong. So I would hope to see Nuclear Vikings kind of use that to power through sort of some of these early game objectives and kills.
Yeah, completely agree. I think if you're on Nuclear Vikings here, you need to play for this early game, right? Last time you had to give it to you through a few mistakes. Now you pick the right picks to kind of not even needing that gift anymore, but rather just put it on your own tempo, right? Lee Sin can do a lot more early game than this Wukong, but may struggle as the game goes on if this Wukong is able to just be able to get some good team fight ults. On the side of Absolved, their team fighting is just very, very nice. And it does look like, if we're not mistaken, it's Emil there being able on this Azir, which is something I've seen before. Maybe the nameplates are confusing me here, but
yeah, I think nameplates are correct. Fantastic. I think what's at the top is the wrong way around. So Absolved are going to be our blue side team. Nuclear Vikings should be our red side team, but the nameplates should be correct here.
Okay, there we go. Okay, then.
Pretty sure.
Then in that case, I mean, we'll have to see. I mean, Emil's going to play on the Ryze. I'm excited to see how he pilots that pick.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay. Well, I like that. Predictions then for this first match, guys? What are we thinking?
I think we have the draft. Probably take it again. I do, as much as I do think that the Vikings composition overall is just a little bit better. It works a lot better together. The Vikings haven't shown to us that they were able to particularly close out with any kind of leans that they had previously, as much as they were able to get something going through the jungle by Josh Kang. If he's able to replicate that as well on the Wukong, maybe there's a chance, but as much as it is more of a solo queue kind of composition out of Absolved, I think that they've shown just a lot better execution. Obviously, we're only in one game. I wouldn't be majorly surprised if we see a win the other way, but I do think that it's probably Absolved taking this first one. This second one.
All right. W, before we head quickly in, your quick prediction?
I'm gonna go with that red side roster. It looks way too good right now. I like their team fighting. Yep.
Wonderful. Well, with that, we're gonna go ahead and send it to the cast for Game 2 of this best of 3. Thank you all so much.
Hello and welcome in. UKEL is back. I'm J-Real. This is Frisky. And Frisky, obviously, we heard what the desk said. They're feeling Absolved. They're feeling like it's going to go the way that it's going. But do Nuclear Vikings have an option? Can they come back into this and take Game 2?
Do I give the nice answer? Do I give the serious? You know what? I'm here to give the real answer. No, they don't. This comp is all over the place on the side of Nuclear Vikings. You've got a little bit more early game focused with the Lee Sin. The LeBlanc top is something that, unless they are going to go Ryze top, I guess that's both options are still on the table. Either are still, like, if you go LeBlanc top, they're obviously that AD build isn't really a thing anymore. You're probably not going to go that. So you're just looking at kind of two aggressive AP laners trying to do something. The whole issue is that this comp doesn't have an identity. You don't know if you kind of want to play for the Aphelios and play front to back. Do you want to go all in dive? If you do that, you're leaving your Aphelios all open. If they pick a better ADC champion, then maybe something like this can work. But in reality, Absolved's comp is just way more complete. It's got everything you want. And most importantly, it's got rhythm on his Jhin, and he loves his Jhin.
Wait, you don't like Aphelios? Hold on, there is a bit of fighting in that bot lane. We'll come back to the Jhin in a sec, but you're not a fan of Aphelios? I feel like Aphelios obviously was kind of broken, then they nerfed him, but do you feel like the champion's fallen off that much?
No, it's still has power. I just don't like it in this comp. I feel like it doesn't make things work as much as it should, or they just didn't draft with it as well. Like,
Okay.
Aphelios itself still has a ton of good value. It still can do pretty
Hmm.
well into the Yunara, one of the only decent champions, into the very strong Yunara right now. I certainly don't think it's broken. But I'm also just going to say sometimes things are just rhythm difference, and rhythm on his gym is something that does scare me.
No, I do agree with you though. In terms of composition, obviously a lot of divers, as you kind of said, a lot of AP. People trying to kind of get themselves ahead and do their work. So yeah, maybe not set up perfectly for that Aphelios, but we'll see how the game goes. I'm not gonna lie, the Azir is a little bit interesting, but the thing that I want to talk about is I feel like Absolved, they just set up really nicely for team fights. Now, their early game last game though wasn't the best Frisky. So what do you want them to do to turn it around in this one?
So I actually got a little bit of a insider scoop here because my team actually scrimmed Nuclear Vikings yesterday. Not going to give spoilers of who won and who didn't, but I will say that a lot of the problems you saw in the first game, a lot of the problems we saw as well. Josh Kang all around the map very early on, doing a lot there, but they just couldn't close no matter what. They just couldn't get together to get the right team fight. So honestly, Absolve doesn't need to do that much different. I mean, you've got the Azir who wants to scale for a little while. The Jhin, you can't, I mean, the 2v2 with the Jhin and the Rakan can be a little risky, and Aphelios, I think, is one of their only ways to win this game, so you really don't want to give that fed. I think if Absolve just kind of stay put, don't give Josh Kang any big leads, don't give this Rise any leads, as long as they just team fight well in the mid game, I mean, there really shouldn't be anything stopping them.
Yeah, because last game Shoosh really did put on a performance, especially on that KO in the earlier stages, right? We were talking about it a lot in the green room, right? They were doing way better than we would have expected. So if they can get that same level of a head on Rise, we saw what Emil was doing with it last game, potential for that to be flipped around. Now, I'm liking this from Ealing, right? Putting pressure on the Azir, pushing them in, and now even starting to harass the jungle of Absolved.
Yeah, it's good push. I mean, it just gets you general knowledge of where your jungler is going to be. Obviously, on a champion like LeBlanc, it's pretty safe. Oh, but we got to fight, though.
Quick back out, though. Nice move from Gibble there, but able to give space and, like you said, put a lot of pressure onto that bot lane, and they're not done yet, but Kane is just firing off for free. Rhythm getting so much damage onto Scooby, and now that mid lane also having a little bit of a scrap. And Josh Kang... does he take that Q? Does he take that Q?
Oh,
he does take that Q. Goes in, damage down. Wukong able to dish it back out, and the LeBlanc coming forward. First blood over to Ealing, and they're able to get themselves on the board.
Yeah, those are not the kind of mistakes you want to make against Josh Kang. He's got the Lee Sin, and he will be looking. Just kind of a bizarre choice on the Wukong's part to kind of recall right there. I mean, you've got your LeBlanc and your Lee Sin, who are obviously quite mobile, and you're just kind of standing in a position where it's really easy for your recall to kind of be captured. I don't know if he thought that maybe he's got a little more health, something like that, but, a costly mistake. We can see what Josh King will potentially do with it.
Early game, obviously, the strength that we have talked about for Nuclear Vikings went really well last time, doing well now again. I want to see them do a little bit more objective control, though, right? Obviously, we're back in the new season. Objectives slightly changed. How do you kind of favor grubs for dragons? Do you feel like either team has particular priority here?
I think it'll kind of depend. It really is I think it's going to depend on how much Josh King wants to gank this Rise. I mean, he's got a little bit more of an advantage now. If the Rumble keeps pushing, which he's expected to do at these early levels, should be able to get the priority. So I think that they want to go for grubs. You got to stop this Rumble from pushing this much. But it's also what they want to focus on. I mean, if he wants to decide that the bot lane's more of a priority, they say whatever to grubs and go for these dragons, try to power up their team fight more. Just, they got to kind of make the decision of which direction they're going to go.
And like I will say, like, the mid lane is kind of where I'm feeling it if you're Nuclear Vikings, because you unlock the LeBlanc, you then have the Lee Sin LeBlanc roaming hit squad, like the two-man that could then come down to bot lane or go to top lane and really mess around the lanes. I do wonder if that's going to be the angle they go for, and as you said, maybe not prio as much on those early objectives, right? It wasn't necessarily the problem of that last game, it was more to do with the fact that their bot lane was able to scale, the mid lane was able to scale really well, so maybe that's where they turn around, like you said. But Infernal Dragon up first, it's always tempting.
Always tempting, yeah. I mean, that Infernal Dragon, it's still obviously a really strong soul, so unfortunate not to see that. But when it's one of those first two dragons, it's, a team is always kind of vying to get that. It can make things even a little scrappy because we love that kind of high power. Oh, there goes our friend Bean Lord. Where did he go?
He's I don't know, maybe we went to chomp. It's getting late, I guess. Maybe we went to go chomp some food. Like, maybe that's going to be the play. But Josh Kang back in the mid lane, all right? So we are seeing a lot of mid lane pressure here. And obviously, having the Lee Sin can abuse that early pre-6 where the Wukong maybe not as active, you know, and I like to see it, Frisky. And okay, you said that you had a bit of inside knowledge about closing out games. In your, like, kind of viewpoint, what is the best way to ensure you close out games? Because obviously, like, League of Legends is a game where the ending is fairly standard of what you have to do, but obviously getting to that point is a little bit challenging.
It's a little bit challenging. If I had to, you know, kind of give advice to teams, I'm not one to do necessarily to do that, but you know, if you want to take the advice, sure. It's good to just think, start backwards. Okay, our goal is to destroy the Nexus. How do we get there? Okay, we got to destroy a bunch of turrets to get there. So the hard part is just kind of how every time you do something on the map, you have to be putting pressure on your lanes. You just have to be trying to get closer to taking your turrets. You have to try to open in the mid game. Make sure you have one or two of your side lane, not side lane turrets, but any of your first turrets open. You want to get those down as soon as possible. You want to be able to use the map as much as possible to move, push your waves out. Because pretty much anytime you know, win a dragon fight or just take a dragon or just have some movement there, you're getting closer to hitting those turrets more and getting them down. It's a really weird state because you can't, like, it's not like in previous years where you could almost like get to like the second or third turret really early on, pre 20 minutes sometimes. Now it's like you don't see a first turret falling until like 14 minutes, especially now with you know, the kind of stronger plating on these turrets. The secondary ones also kind of don't fall as quickly. So I think it's really important that you just consistently stick to, you know, doing the slow process, you know, getting your waves good, pushing them out, you know, keeping people out of the spaces on the map that you want. Certainly Baron is just going to be helpful because of what it can do. Same with Rift Herald. You know, closing a game is a slow process. I think a lot of teams want to wait for the, you know, their enemies to kind of make a mistake, kind of already be tilted, fly in. You know, if you think of it like solo queue, most of the time your solo queue players will lose the early game, be mad at that, or be mad at their teammates, fly in like crazy, and then that's what gives you the game, or just give up entirely. That's not going to happen in competitive. People are going to fight every single minute that they're on there, and you got to be ready for that. And you got to be not just waiting for the right moment, you got to be able to make the moment.
Yeah, and I do think that is something we saw definitely from Absolved in that last game, right? Obviously, they were down, they were losing fights. There was a fight where they got pretty much cleaned and then lost the third dragon. And then we see it turn around because they are able to do that superior team fighting where they were really nice on the front to back. I think Emil played a very, very crucial part on that rise, able to find those picks before those fights, making those 4v5. So I definitely get what you're saying. I also do wonder about how, you know, obviously the new quests that are in the game, how they've changed the power of the game, because obviously split pushing has been something that's in League of Legends for a long time, classically done by top laners. Do you feel like maybe that's going to have more of a potential now that they can get so much further ahead?
Split pushing is in an interesting spot now because I feel like those turrets kind of fall a bit slower than they're used to, I don't know, it kind of makes it harder from what I've seen teams play. I feel like you can't just have one laner go across. It's easy to punish them. Like, we don't see a meta of, you know, champions like Fiora or Camille or, you know, ones like that are a little bit squishier that can be isolated in the solo lanes. If you look at like most of what like the Korean teams are playing right now, they're making sure they have like a big bruisery top and that they're kind of moving them around the map. Individual split pushing is hard. I still think you can 1-3-1 because that's always effective because you're getting pressure on all three lanes at the same time. And then if you've got the right three people in the mid lane, you can move, you know, either to top or bottom depending on how you want to go. And obviously you can cross map if somebody wants to, you know, try to attack one of the two lanes. So there are some options from there.
Let's apply it to this. Can we potentially bring up the draft? Is that potential that we could have that one on our screen? Because I kind of want to break down how you feel like this would go for this game, right? Because like in my mind now, and do remember, not coach, not 400 IQ here, but like LeBlanc Rise does kind of feel like pretty good side lanes, and then from the other side, like, okay, Rumble could match, but can Azir match the same way? Like, do you feel like actually maybe Nuclear Vikings need to 1-3-1 this position?
Well, it is actually interesting because Nuclear Vikings seem to have upgraded and gotten Rise twice, because that's what I'm seeing on my screen here. We got Rise twice. Actually, wait, it was Aphelios, right? Okay, so Rise is Aphelios. They were so unhappy. They knew that I was unhappy with the Aphelios pick. They're like, we'll put Rise in there instead. 2 Rises is better. But you make a great point. These are two champions that can split push pretty well. LeBlanc maybe not as much, obviously, as Ryze. Ryze is so good at clearing the waves. LeBlanc is actually pretty good at auto-attacking and hitting the turrets, just wave clear not as good. However, her mobility just makes it really easy where you can just kind of play hide and seek pretty much, where you just run away when people come to you, and then, knowing the fact that you've drawn people to your lane, you can move people somewhere else. I actually think that is a good idea, just on the fact that you've got the Leona and the Aphelios. You want to protect them, just get them farmed up as possible, much as possible. You want to get, your Lee Sin to be able to move to either side lane, and obviously he's going to have the mobility to do that. But you're right that nobody can really match him. Once Rumble's obviously doing a lot with this Ryze right now, but once Ryze gets to his power level, especially once he hits past 11, he's going to be able to match the wave clear of Rumble, and then eventually out wave clear him completely, and Rumble can't really poke against him. Rumble's still going to get strong. It's just Ryze is, there's a reason we see B1 Ryze right now. It's such an unbelievably strong champion.
And I also want to talk about this Jhin, right? Because thank you very much for the breakdown of the 131. But you talked about Jhin, you talked about rhythm specifically on Jhin. What's kind of your, obviously on the Corki, big performance, coming out from rhythm. You're now saying that this is more of a prized pick for them, and you seem like it could definitely do a lot of damage, especially from range. Obviously, we know the notoriety of the curtain call. But what is it about this Jhin? When do we expect it to be really strong? When are we a bit worried about rhythm taking over the game?
Certainly, I think you got to get a little bit more in the mid game, unless he gets such an early lead. I think if he gets in lead in the lane, rhythm is good enough just to push it. I just value this guy very highly as a player. I think, from my own talks with him, from my interview with him, he's just very cerebral about the game. He understands not only what his role is, but what his teammates, what the kind of people they are and the kind of mentality he has to have. So I feel like he's always kind of ready for the big moments, and ADCs, want to be big moments, big team fights, get a bunch of kills, stay in the backline. You got to be mentally ready for that. And I think he is. But Jhin itself is a champion. No, please go ahead, sir.
No. Go on about Jhin. Take the Jhin mic.
Yeah. Jhin is an interesting champion because I think Curtain Call is a really interesting ability for how do you say it? Mentally changes a team fight, because as soon as you see the curtains themselves open and you see the wide cone on there, it changes how you think, because now you're like, oh, where are these bullets coming from? And that's just one more factor of oh, do I have to dodge here? Do I have to dodge here? So sometimes your thought isn't immediately, let's go attack Jhin, because obviously you've got Rakan, Wukong, and Azir who are going to go in, and Rumble's, doesn't really go in, but he's not really going to be frontline for Jhin. That fact itself kind of makes it hard for people to go in on top of Jhin unless you literally say, LeBlanc, your only job is killing Jhin. I think if they do not have that, and their LeBlanc being the only job to kill Jhin, Rhythm is just going to have a lot of fun playing Jhin. I think it's also just him personally as a Jhin player. I've just seen him do great things on it.
Yeah, and I was going to actually recycle back into that, because I was thinking about that 131. I like the breakdown, how it's hard to match. It's also easy for them to get away, but also I feel like it's easy for them to join the fight, right? LeBlanc, obviously a lot of mobility. As you said, careful on the flank, right? If you do get behind them as the LeBlanc or that Lee Sin, right? Jhin is susceptible, Azir is susceptible. And from the flip side, right, you've also got the Ryze moving around, does have the Realm Warp, could join the fights as well if they need to urgently, whereas Rumble's not going to have that same momentum shift. However, on the other side, when you do mention the curtain call, it is a little bit worrying for me, I guess, towards Nuclear Vikings, if they went 1-3-1, just given how easily Absolved can get on top of them, right? Because curtain call from distance, you've also got Rakan who can engage from really far away, the Azir notorious for the shuffles, and Wukong can clone, dash forward with the Cyclone as well. It's definitely a lot of leaping, so I do wonder how much Nuclear Vikings have actually practiced it, because obviously they're going to need to have that spacing down to a T, given the fact that Philios doesn't really have much way of getting out, and Lee Sin can only kick one, maybe a couple of people if they line up properly.
That's why I give so much, kind of flack to the Aphelios, because, well, it's actually also because in our scrims, they did play, we played against them, they played an Aphelios game, and it was a comp that was a bit better suited for Aphelios. I don't exactly remember, but certainly some more tanks. But it seemed like just every time in the late game, we just got on top of the Aphelios so easy. He was just able to do nothing. That's why I'm really worried here, is I haven't seen Nuclear Vikings be able to kind of protect their ADC super well.
So what would you rotate? Yeah. What would you rotate out for Aphelios in the pick and bans?
I think something with a little bit more mobility, like Corki or Ezreal, could be good, because you want a comp that kind of looks for a pick from far away and gets on top of them quickly. Like Solar Flare has some distance. LeBlanc obviously can carry distance very quickly. Lee Sin as well. Rise, you know, takes a little bit longer with Realm Warp, but can still do that. I think that kind of a champion that can either catch up or kind of fall away really easily would make this a lot better, and just something that can help the kind of pick comp style where it's like, you know, get on top of one champion and instantly burst them down.
Does Kaisar still exist? Is that potential for that? Because obviously Leona, big engage, gets the lock up, potentially bring a Kaisar in. Is that potentially in your roster? Or maybe even a Xayah if you want to go a little bit more defensive?
The Kaisa is still, I think, a viable champion. I think that one would be a bit interesting as well, because obviously it's the same thing. You still have the way to get in on the backline, especially. So like you have a little bit more mobility there. Xayah, I guess, as well. I guess that would be more like if you know that the enemy team is always going to engage first onto you, that you can just pick the Xayah there. It's just, I think it's anytime I draft Xayah and people try to sprint down comps and have a Xayah with that, it's just always hard for the Xayah to kind of catch up, because now you have to get the Featherstorm in like the exact position you want, and you know, running to that position can be a little bit harder when all the other champs are running.
Okay, or hear me out.
I'm hearing you out.
And this is a bit of a curveball. Nyla.
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, her late game is insane still. I think that you get one pick and then you just bring everybody in. I mean, Rise. I mean, you have to have everybody close, but Nyla can do that. I mean, you get Rise on top of everybody. You get LeBlanc on top of everybody. I can see that working. I think it's riskier, but I think that's, you know, it at least says more of what you're going to do than with the Aphelios. I can see that much.
Okay. Well, that's a pretty solid breakdown. Also, I don't know how Nyla would do into Jhin. I feel like that sounds like a bit of a
maybe not
so fun lane. But at the same time, you know, maybe it can work. Sometimes, you know, you just gotta go for it. You know, you can't play the safe game. It's not always about the meta. Sometimes you gotta be the meta breaker. But going into the mid lane, right? I do feel like we've gone quite meta with the. Well, actually, maybe it's not even meta. I don't watch that much League of Legends anymore. But Azir, obviously, very notoriable champion. How are you feeling about it? Because in terms of scaling, like right now, it feels like the LeBlanc is definitely getting the better of this matchup.
I'm quite happy with Azir right now in this meta. I mean, you see it a lot from the Korean teams that it's one of the ones that's picked really early on. It's also kind of the ones picked early on because you literally have like Varus, Yunara, Malphite, Jace banned pretty much every single game. Malphite, I don't even know if really needs to be banned anymore, but that's a different discussion. Azir, because I think of the slower pace of the game, I think Azir has a lot of value in terms of the fact that he can build up really well. Because of the fact that it's meta to have a top lane tank, you're always going to have like, you know, some solid weak side in the top lane. And then 80 carries. I mean, 80 carries, there's not really like a ton super broken right now, I'd say, besides from Yunara and Varus. And we know Varus is kind of going down. I think that Azir in general is also just one of those champions that if you can play it, it just fits well into any composition. To me, champions like that and Orianna, where you have one move, or in Azir's case, a couple moves that can change the complexity of the game, I think that is one of the most valuable things. I think Shockwave, in my opinion, is the most valuable League of Legends ability ever created, especially in terms of competitive. I think that Azir's Emperor's Divide as well is a very, you know, useful one as well. So if you have somebody who can just play Azir really well and get the shuffle onto the right people, start the team fight, that's just another way for you to do well.
Okay. I'm trying to think on that Shockwave point. I feel like it's a fair point. You know, like Shockwave is, like, if you think about time and time again, picks that have played Orianna, Shockwave, it is massive. I do agree. Also, the combinations that you have, right? When Nocturne was meta, when Alistair was popular, when basically anyone that goes in, Rel, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's all the nice follow-up, and I do definitely agree. One that I want to ask about now, because we're kind of going through the game as it is, right? But one that I want to say that is really popular in solo queue, and obviously I do understand solo queue doesn't always translate over into like pro play, right? For example, Fiddlesticks being like super popular in, well, not popular, but super strong in solo queue historically, not really ever pro play. But one that I feel like can go across is Diana, and I am surprised a little bit that we're maybe not seeing it play. Like, I don't know if I just missed it and it was banned, but I feel like the champion, especially before it gets nerfed, clears insanely fast and is just really good in the game at the moment. Plus, also has such a good potential with that new item as well, which name I cannot remember.
Dusk and Dawn, I believe is
Dusk and Dawn. Yeah.
Or is it Dawn and Dusk? Or I think it is Dusk and Dawn. You know, whatever. It'll be one of those items that we're misnaming forever. I mean, my player today plated steel caps tabbies still, and tabbies have been gone for like 5+ years.
I rule that.
So yeah, I still call Raptors wraiths sometimes. So sometimes some of that stuff just sticks forever. Diana is an interesting champion because it's one I don't really see much. I don't even know if I've seen her at all this year in competitive pro play. Yeah, her clear is very fast. I think that her in general in the jungle, it's just... See, the problem with her in the jungle is, you're getting kind of an all-in, very aggressive champion that's going to meant to do a lot of damage. I think the problem isn't necessarily what Diana can do. It's just that it takes away from what other junglers that can do potentially more. At the same time, you would need like... I guess if you put like a tank top and then like a tank in the bottom lane, and kind of have an aggressive mid that can pair well with the Diana, you can make it work. But I think a lot of people just feel like she's maybe a little one note where it is just like everything in there. And if you can't do the damage in time, then you can't. I feel like pro teams either just know to save their flashes, have Zhonya's available, pick characters with dashes. That's probably a reason we're not seeing it as much as, potentially we'd want to.
Yeah, well, you know what? Maybe there's a day. One champ that I like a lot, I'm a big fan. Like, I'm a jungle main. Obviously, gives no standing to the game because I'm not very good at the game. But Rek'Sai. And I did see it get played as well in some pro play games. I think Rek'Sai is great. I think they're awesome. She's just lit. She's hella fun. So I do wonder if that's going to be the new flavor as well, because I do... Like, I'm kind of taught... I want to hear your opinion actually on this. Early game junglers, scaling junglers, where are you kind of sitting on that? Because I feel like a lot of people, especially for solo queue advice, were saying scaling is better. But I feel like classically in pro play, like it's all about early game, right? Like Vi's been super popular. You've had some Jarvins, you've had some Xin Zhao's in historical times, right? Obviously now we're still getting things like the Wukong, which are quite proactive. Lee Sin is back. So do you feel like kind of early game is the golden standard for those junglers?
I would say so, yeah. I think it's because you've got so many mid laners and AD carries who are kind of meant to scale. With these new role quests, I think you're really looking for a lot of your lanes to scale a little bit more. So I think that's why we see a lot more kind of early game centric junglers. You can just do more on the map, activate things more. I think I like Rek'Sai a lot just in the top lane. It's not the old days where she can ult all the way across the map and, go crazy. Also, I think you're the only person who's ever said that Rek'Sai is lit. So not against it. I think Singed is lit, and, most people wouldn't say that as well. So, but yeah, I think that, you always got to have something that can do something across the map because of kind of the needing of role quests in the bot lane. I think sometimes it's a bit hard to pull your support out as early as you'd want to. There's days, there's been old days in League where you can kind of move people around a little bit more, but at the same time, it's all going to kind of depend.
Well, we are, and talking about depend, we are going to be depending a lot on Nuclear Vikings getting this early lead snowballed for them to potentially have a victory. So far, going for that early dragon with 1 kill. But can they keep this pressure up? Obviously, bot lane, I will say we have seen quite a lot of threat from Rhythm, but so far, no kills.
Nothing much yet. I mean, good CS lead. I feel like CS lead is not something we talk about enough. Never mind, maybe we got some action here.
Yeah, aggressive from Scooby. Obviously, shout out to Scooby for the charity stuff. Remember about the deaths, as we are going to see once again, right? Erling has been putting a lot of pressure onto Rathve here. Like, they really want this Wukong to feel the presence of the LeBlanc and that pressure that they're gaining over Emil.
Yeah, it's important that, every time I try to talk, Rhythm's listening to me. He's like, no, you don't get to talk. I'm fighting now.
But it's still, again, it's another short fight. It's a fight where, like, it looks like it's going to start well, but then they don't really get to go all the way. It's just a few light jabs here and there thrown. But I am interested to see how that one does continue, right? I'm also interested to see how those dragons stack, because as we saw last game, right, the fact that bot lane was so strong, it definitely gave Resolved so much more pressure on that bot side. But this time around, we are seeing that early play from the other team. Their Nuclear Vikings once again putting some pressure in the mid lane, but this time I feel like Emil trading a bit better.
I did actually just think of this in terms of the Aphelios maybe one of the reasons they picked that. Oh, can you stop fighting, Rhythm? Let me talk.
Curtain call. Knockups there. Block from Scooby, though. Will hold Haggle in a nice position. Moonlight dropped as well. Bit of damage onto the
Oh, that's not
too
good.
Deep. Fourth shot from Rhythm takes out Scooby.
Well, Beanlord kind of gets himself saved out there. I mean, that's quite the lucky scenario where Scooby, unfortunately, gets the Leone E right on top of when the Rakan was dashing to save Rhythm. I was going to talk about how I think Rhythm's being kind of smart in terms of taking these fights when he knows that there's not the right summoners on, or the right, what do you even call it, the Moonlight abilities on Aphelios. Because obviously
wait, hold
do
on,
I even talk about this?
Hold on, burn, baby, burn. Your top lane is on fire. Shu, however, will be able to get away from that one. Muse, the top laner, is starting to heat up this lane, get a little bit of a level lead, and watch this guy go. But in the mid lane, we have even more fighting. The lockdown is there, but thrown underneath the tower. Can they get the kill? Emil is still alive. One more will do it, but they don't have the range. And now Gibble comes into the mid lane as well, joining the fight, but doesn't have their own damage. And here comes Lee Sin. Josh Kang looking for the cleanup, will finish off the kill.
Well, you know it's UKEL is back because I can't even get my analysis out.
We're back again.
Exactly.
More players enter the fight. Two more join. Mutant of the tower gets kicked, gets taken low, will be finished. And Josh with the resonating strike. Can he get into range? He will not be able to get there, but the chains will root down the Wukong. The fight might not be over just yet. Shu with the lockdown. Josh Kang again, absolutely kicking them to touch.
This is one of those highlights where you say, wait, how did this begin again? What happened? Who died first? Because it seems like just everybody died. I mean, it's what I usually call the merry-go-round of, insert any cursor do you want there, merry-go-round of poopiness, where it's just like one bad fight after one bad fight after one bad fight, and you're just taking trades, and it's just pure chaos on top of the map. But honestly, that's what I love about UKEL. That's what makes it fun.
Josh Kang, you said don't let the Lee Sin get ahead. Don't let him pick up kills. Well, Frisky, he's doing it all and more.
Yeah, he's got these kills right now. It's just how can he use them? I mean, he still shouldn't really be going for too much of, you know, a very attack-heavy build. There's a chance that those kills may tailor off as he goes into the mid game. You obviously don't want somebody to build, you know, their second or third item being more aggressive because they're ahead, because they maybe expect to stay ahead, but that's not always the case. The Thunder Sky obviously is just very early. It's going to be really hard to kill him now. They're going to need a lot of people on top of this Lee Sin. He's got a Thunder Sky pre 10 minutes in. I think if he just starts being a little bit more aggressive in these lanes, he can maybe do some damage to this ADC.
I almost don't agree. If I'm being real. Like I feel like there's a world where, like, if you're like, okay, we're the early game team, we need to kind of snowball. Although, hold on one second, because Shush needs to be getting out of that lane state right there. But if we need to kind of push our lead and we need to have that momentum, why not just throw all caution to the wind and say, you know what, we're gonna step on business. We're 10 toes down, full AD.
Because I just don't know if it's right on a champion like Lee Sin. I mean, you're looking at the champions you got. You know that if you're not the best, if you think about it like this, if you know you're a team that isn't great at closing, that you know you're probably going to be fighting a little bit more in the mid and late game, you maybe don't want to build for it. I think that if he goes for like an all aggressive, like super aggressive build, he would just have to throw everything into it. But I feel like you just become a glass cannon as Lee Sin, and you need to be able to survive a little bit. If you're going to go in the middle of this team fight, all these people in front of you, and try to kick somebody when a Rumble and a Wukong can stop you mid in your tracks, I think you still got to be a little bit more careful. But you know, who knows? Maybe you're winning some solo queue games with like an Infinity Edge Lee Sin build that you just want to tell us about.
All I'm saying is I want to see Josh Kang kick Rhythm into the top bins, mate. That's what I'm talking about. If he kills the ADC, the job is done. The Lee Sin can then fall and the game can be won by Nuclear Vikings. That's what I want to see. Commitment to the cause. Let's not play it safe. Let's full send it. But they're on the Dragon. They're going to take this second one up. It's another pickup, another piece of pressure applied by Nuclear Vikings. The early game is going well, but Absolved very much still in this game.
Yeah, obviously you're going to have the Dragon pressure with the level that your Lee Sin is at. Your bot lane can't really do anything unless Wukong gets like a lucky catch. He's going to be in a scenario where he's just going to farm up for a bit. If I'm actually looking at the top side, I think they're doing something there. Yes, they are.
Oh, the Wukong has joined the top. The Cyclone going to pick up an easy one onto Shu. And I've got to say, if we look at game 1 and game 2 for Mutant top laner, it does seem a little bit night and day. Right, the Rumble is now really starting to cause some issues.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate that I didn't get this bigger kill on the Rumble, but still getting the Wukong a bit tankier is still going to be helpful. Rumble's just going to be a problem no matter what. It's it's hard to lane into him. Obviously, he's been doing pretty good against this Ryze. I mean, the Ryze has been able to farm up a decent amount. Is there anything more you're going to do, Bean Lord? Not too much, just a little poke. They still poke here and there. I was going to say though that the fact that this Lee Sin is super fed, I think helps this bot lane a lot because now there's just always the threat, especially when you're in a mobile champion like Jhin. Rakan is only going to protect you so much if Lee Sin can just kick you away, but maybe they're saying otherwise and going in.
The steps, I'm not going to lie, the steps from Rhythm were clean, doing the cha-cha slide to get away from that. But talking about slide, Azir comes in, doesn't get the lockdown, and now in a bit of a predicament, getting locked down, but the damage is too high coming in from Absolved. They will force back. Scooby, can you dodge? That's 2, that's 3, the 4th.
Oh, we got him.
Lands.
He hit him at the end, but we're not done yet. Josh Kang is no man's land.
Josh Kang will be able to get away. Okay, no dramas. I thought Josh Kang might be losing his lead there. Do not take that Q. He's going in. He's on the crazy one because Ealing is in the wings. Josh Kang looking to go in, looking to cause commotion, but it's a 2 versus 4 right now. They're going to back away. They're going to play it smart. They're not going to send it all.
Another interesting play there. Obviously, Emil's just trying to come down, use the Emperor's Divide, get a dive there. Obviously, we got the flash away from, I'm trying to pronounce his name. I just saw it. It was Hagled's Bod. I'm American. I'm allowed to mispronounce things. Don't worry. That's all we're known for.
Well, we'll get it by week 4.
Yeah, but by week 4, maybe week 7, we'll have it down by then. Within the next 3 months. But obviously the play was kind of botched because they flashed away. But I think really good follow up from Bean Lord. The Rakan quickness, just getting on top of them real quick. He understood that they could still kill them. They had the curtain call to get one more. Obviously, unfortunately, they didn't get the Aphelios, but just going to help them control this bot lane a little bit more. I feel.
But can we see Josh Kang back again, getting on to Kane?
Not.
That's what we're looking for. Lee Sin in the mixer, knocked up though, has to buy a little bit of time. They're already starting to back away. Nice movement out of Absolve to disengage the fight, and they do once again take a little bit of power out of the punch. We're talking about punch. Emil needs to be careful of the LeBlanc. Josh Kang coming in again. Gibble goes down.
Oh, Josh, look away for 1 second. Josh King does this. Oh, we got this as well. Our mutant top lane. Oh no!
Oh no! With the outplay.
Oh my God, craziness happening everywhere you look on the map. Something magical is happening. Just a little bit too far from our mutant top laner. Couldn't get it done. Shush is going to really benefit from that kill now. Make it really easy.
Ealing able to get away. The space is there, double flash as you said, and I feel like it's so much worse for the Azir to not have their flash up, so we'll see if Josh can punish that one later. And all I'm saying is, you talked about the standardization of the game, you talked about how it should go, but this is exactly what I wanted to see, Frisky. I don't want to see how it should, I want to see how you wish it would go, and that's what I'm seeing from Nuclear Vikings.
I mean, how I wish it would go is I just want everybody in the Dragon Pit every single time, 5v5 dodgeball. That's all I want to see. I want to see that every time, but no team's going to agree to that, sadly. Maybe I'll get one team to agree to that one day. We'll see. I actually do want to talk about this LeBlanc a little bit more because I haven't touched on it as much. LeBlanc is a very classic counter into Azir. You like it just because you can put a lot of pressure on him into the early game. The only issue is that once Azir kind of gets to the mid game, because he can wave clear so much easier, it's really easy for him to wave clear and kind of dash away from the LeBlanc, even if she gets a little bit more fed. So I think a lot of the value of the LeBlanc is you can get the priority on the Azir and you move somewhere else on the map. However, I think he's getting both value right now, where he's getting domination on Emil, and at the same time he's been able to move on the map, help his jungler out a lot.
Agree, up a little bit of CS, but it doesn't tell the story. Moonlight Vigil, though, going to lock down Rhythm. Damage coming in, but Wukong is there to assist. Cyclone comes out. Red is giving them a bit of help, but it's not enough. The Wukong comes down, slaps up the ADC, but here comes Josh Kang. More help is on the way. LeBlanc is there, but they have to back away. The TP going strong, and the curtain call is closing out the fight, but there is more to come. Another TP coming in, but they just have to run away. The equalizer comes down, but this fight is not even. Josh Kang with the kick, it's not enough. Another one falls, and Nuclear Vikings, they need to try and find a way out of it. It's a 4 versus 2 underneath the tower. There's so much pressure on top of them. Josh Kang will not stop going in, and they managed to make it overall a 2-for-1. Maybe a 3.
Hey, good job. Oh, maybe we're not done.
Maybe a 3 for 2. Gibble gets out. Chomp is going to get eaten. And now Emil looking for more. Gets a kill onto the enemy mid lane of the tower. Goes up. Josh trying to get away. Moving and grooving. Gets to the minion. And is starting to move out of there as in comes the bot lane again for round 2. Ding, ding, ding. Sound the bell. Emil is in danger. But stays alive again. And once more absolved. Move forward. Punishing Nuclear Vikings.
It seems like we're still not done. Is he going to finally get him?
Josh Kang again. He doesn't know when to stop because it's that time. Shu to come through and pick up the kill. Emil on the run should get away. Shu, I don't think can catch them. But what a scrappy game we have, Frisky.
Scrappy is the name of the game, certainly. We got Scooby-Doo here. We might as well add Scrappy-Doo to the equation. Had to go with that pun. Easiest one possible. I mean, it was a really good start from Absolved. They got on top of the Aphelios really quickly. I mean, is Ealing going to kill him here? Nah, he's not going to kill him. Okay. Anyway, they got on top of the Aphelios. The Wukong was able to keep Josh Kang and the Leona, I believe, it might have been the LeBlanc, out, keep it safe. They were doing really good at not diving this turret. Oh, finally he hits an Emperor Divide.
The scoop. The scoop.
Hadn't hit one all game.
Looking like a newspaper right there with the scoop of the day. Picking another one up. Scooby will get out, but the pressure has been cemented. Right, Absolve now looking for another tower. They've taken bot. They're now looking to go mid, and they might even send themselves all the way to top. You talked about tier 1 towers. Take them all down first to get yourself a big lead.
Yeah, it was good when they did Absolved. They just pushed that turret and they didn't go for the dive. Obviously, Josh Kang came in and was kind of crazy. Even though he got out alive, I think it benefited Absolved a lot more. They got some more kills. They got some pressure on the map. And as you see here, now it's just all about enabling rhythm. I mean, they got him that extra kill right now on the Jhin with the Emperor's Divide. Just more damage to do for him. It's going to make it, I think, a lot harder. I mean, you got a 2-level advantage from the Aphelios. You got, about almost a full item advantage as well. Wish we could see gold as well, and you got 50 CS. It's going to get worse and worse as the game goes on if he keeps getting enabled with these kills. Oh boy.
Well, the kills keep coming because right now it looks like there will be one, but I don't think it'll be Josh Kang that picks this one up. Although maybe no one will pick it up right now. Mutant top
nobody.
Able to be quite tanky, able to stay alive. Finally goes down, but is there more on the way? Because here comes Wukong. Cyclone picks up another kill. The Rakan able to put so much CC onto this team. The Shu just cannot move, cannot get away, and that's another one found for Absolved. Another fight going back into their favor, and it is once again telling the story of the game, Frisky. It's the first move from Nuclear Vikings. It looks good, but they cannot close out the fight. Absolved cleaning up once again.
One of the things many teams do, good and bad at any level, is overcommit to things. They think, okay, we've already used a couple of ultimates, a couple of abilities to get this kill. Oh, we're almost there. Can we push a little bit further under the turret to get the kill? Sometimes you do, and you do get it, but now you're under the turret. Now you're maybe further up in enemy territory, and it's really easy for the enemy team to retaliate. That was exactly what happened here. The Wukong and the Rakan came instantly. I mean, you just saw what happened there. Jhin easily given a kill over because of curtain call. It makes it super simple for them to just win the team fight. And now I think the Jin's even more fed. It's why, I kind of stress the Jhin so much, being able to do damage from as far away as possible.
Are we getting an ARAM coming out?
Now we are. It's what I wanted.
Down, everyone mid. Let's just send it into this tower. It is going to slam it. We'll take the tier 2. That's a nice bit of gold handed over to Nuclear Vikings. And talking about gold, it is still 1,000 gold lead to Absolve 2. We talked about it. Are the better scalers in this game?
Yeah, they're certainly going to have the better scaling as it goes on, but credit to Nuclear Vikings. They've gotten the turrets down a little bit more. I still think that having that bot turret 1 down, it's not going to help anything. They got to be able to get that to get more, but first we got fight.
Scooby going aggressive, but it's quite tanky members. Wukong, it's not going low anytime soon, and Scooby's health bar has almost disappeared. Felios able to get some damage down, but once again, Rumble joining the fight, equalizer thrown. Josh Kang with a kick, but it has to be defensive. Lands the resonating strike, but can't land more, and that's another kill given over to Absolved. Nuclear Vikings just don't have the damage at the moment, as we do see the LeBlanc going in. The Scoop doesn't manage to pick them up, but the Azir might just be able to do it on his own. Soldiers not needed, and once again Josh Kang watching his team fall apart.
Or is he going back in? Every time you stop, he's going to do it.
He's stepping up, but he's not going to be able to go in. He doesn't land it onto rhythm.
He wants
at the moment
it.
They're going to have to pause for a little bit of a second. Shu standing strong next to Josh Kang, but they're just watching this tower fall, Frisky.
They are just watching him. There's nothing they can do. They're getting poked out right now. No, now he goes back in.
Aggressive. Rumble taken low. Josh Kang finally falls, and I think it's inevitable. Although, Shu, you know, putting some damage down will get finally picked up. But Absolve, they're just too strong. The numbers are on their side. The items are on their side. And if we look at the gold as well, the disparity, Rhythm is so far ahead.
Yeah, that's the thing about hanging around in a play like that, is that you're like, okay, people are low, you're looking to try to get one, but okay, you get one kill, and then you just end up dying anyway. You still can't really put any pressure back on the map. It's always better just to wait and reset and get your team back. Some people just don't want to accept that loss. It gets a little bit hard for that.
Baron has now spawned. It's been on the map, and I feel like you talked about the game going longer. I don't feel like it has to. I think if Absolved put their pressure onto this Baron, they could potentially force Nuclear Vikings into a really tough situation where they're kind of forced into basically playing for the game early.
Yeah, I was wondering if Nuclear Vikings were going to get a bigger lead into the mid game, and I wouldn't say a lead, they kind of more went even into the mid game, and just the fact that they're enabling Rhythm so much over and over again is really helping. I'm not going to talk about how, you know, Emil is known for his Azir, but his Emperor Divides have been questionable. We'll say that'll be the word we use. I mean, I still think he's, you know, doing a good enough job in helping getting the Jhin fed as well as possible.
You know, you only have to hit one. That's like what they say about Blitzcrank Qs. You know, if you land the one that matters, no one will forget the rest. And right now, Emil keeping that pressure high, as we are going to see a rough situation for the enemy. You see, Haglabol is in trouble. The curtain call not even needed to take him down, and that is another kill picked up. Another step again for Absolve to closing out this game. Dragon now on the table. Pressure further being applied. Now, it is only second Dragon for them. It's not going to be a massive fight needed for Nuclear Vikings, but I just feel like the trend, Frisky, is it's just slowly slipping away.
Yeah, a little bit slipping away every single time. That's what seems to happen. You know, they haven't gotten as much on the turrets there, but I feel like that Nuclear Vikings have like no room to push on this map right now, so it doesn't even really matter what turrets you're looking for. You can just kind of naturally push out, kind of wait for somebody to potentially make a mistake. I know I say that's not a good thing, but I think Nuclear Vikings, the way that they've been playing, they're probably going to try to do something aggressive, probably try to, you know, go in with the LeBlanc or with the Lee Sin to try to get one more kill. I think you just got to wait for that, and then once Baron's up, you just take Baron and kind of let the minions do the work from there.
And it's kind of what I was saying earlier, you know, like I know you said, okay, you got to build a little bit more defensive, but I just wanted Josh Kang to go fully in. I wanted him to just send it all the way, because I feel like had they flipped the coin earlier, had they gone for, okay, 15-minute crazy plays, maybe they could have scrapped up the game enough where they then end up on top. Now, I feel like Nuclear Vikings, they got to think 400 IQ. Like, we got to be moving in stealth, getting those picks, getting those pre-fight wins to then open up their opportunities. Because Frisky, at the moment, head-to-head, like, if Rhythm's in the fight, if Emil's in the fight, with a little bit of support from that Rakan or the Wukong, I just don't really see how Nuclear Vikings win.
I don't either, honestly. It's just they have to figure out how to isolate the Jhin, but I don't even know how that's possible. He's always moving with either the Wukong or the Rakan around. People are quick enough on the map, either with the TP from the top laner, from the Rumble, or if Emil comes in just quickly with the shuffles from Azir. Always seems like somebody's around. You know, you as a team got to know that, you know, when you're in this lead, your Jhin is going to be the most valuable person on there. So you just got to protect them at all costs. You got to be able to say, what is the enemy team wanting to do? In this case, they can just walk up and do Baron, because, I mean, there's nothing to do on the map but just kind of sit back and wait.
We talked about 1-3-1. It might be a little bit difficult against
a little late for it now, though. Maybe they had it on delay. They had it on delay, and they heard it, and they're like, "Oh, that's a good idea now." But it was like 30 minutes later, so a little bit late. But you're trying.
It's a good test for Absolve, though. Can they clean this one up soon? Can they do it in this next Baron play? That's what I'm interested in, right? They have 2.5 minutes. It's 26 minutes on the clock. We already see 3.5 items onto Rhythm, right? Similarly close for the side of Emil as well. Almost got his third item locked in. And I feel like they can definitely start to put that pressure down, right? The only issue that I have with the 1-3-1 is the fact that I feel like Emil might actually be out L-ing right now. But it looks like we might be getting a little bit of a stack in the mid lane coming out from Absolve. A 4-1, if you will. And I feel like this is going to really, really put Nuclear Vikings up against the wall.
You know, you keep calling him Elling. I keep saying Ealing as well, like it's the borough in London to the east. You know, he's representing the whole borough of Ealing here, but maybe not doing the best job at representing that. I mean, he's a little behind on items. He had to go Void Staff just to help out the get rid of the Merc Treads value a little bit early. I mean, you got 4 Merc Treads being built on the side of Absolved. I mean, makes it really hard for them to, you know, kind of lock down one particular person. So the law just unfortunately just doesn't have the damage that you maybe want.
Damage coming in from the Jin. Ealing Broadway, notorious for having 13 ruddy locations all next to each other. If you know, you know. But back to this game, we are going to see, once again, pushing forward Absolved. I talked about can they end it on this Baron. They are starting to look to close. The cannons are going to be blasting these towers. And how do they defend? Wave clear isn't their biggest skill, right? Yes, you got the rise, but I feel like in terms of everyone else, you know, it's a little bit more tricky versus the siege of the Azir Jin. It's a little bit of a perilous situation.
I mean, you just want to let the minions do the work here. You don't want to push up. I mean, look at Rhythm. He's just holding that last shot because he knows that that last shot is chunking your life away. And Emil doing a lot of guarding with those guards of Shurima, making sure that nobody walks in. This is a key thing of Baron. Just let the minions do the work. Just be as patient as possible, and your victory will come with that.
One inhibitor already down. Second going to be worked on. A little chip damage done to LeBlanc. Elling having to walk away once again. The inhib getting exposed, and they've still got 30 seconds on the Baron. The cannon can still put in that work. They may reset. They may just go spend their gold and then finally look for that third inhibitor on the top side. They can play it simple. They can play it safe. There is no problem for Absolved as they are in full control.
Smart decision from them. They got the 2 inhibitors. They made sure both lanes were pushing. They let that last minion kind of do the work, get that inhibitor down, but they understood that, hey, we don't have the minions here to fight. So even if we somehow win the fight, we can't push, and we're just going to sit here and look like idiots. So we're just going to walk on back and reset the rest of the map. You know, not much to play for at the moment, except for maybe this dragon here, but I don't think that Nuclear Vikings can really... I mean, this is a moment in the game where I say I guess you can kind of try to do something. Obviously, unfortunately, a Cloud Drake isn't going to help, or you know, Wind Drake isn't going to help you that much as some other ones will. But you know, when you're this far against the wall, when a team comp is just this hard to deal with, you do just want to try to, you know, throw stuff against the wall, see what sticks, and sometimes that is just meaning going a bit crazy.
Oh, going a bit crazy might be the play, but not for Nuclear Vikings. A massive Shurima shuffle coming in the backline, and they've already taken down 1. That's 2. That's 3. They are locking them down. Who even needs the 4th? They can just go into the middle and take the rest of the game. Scooby will run. That's another 50p to charity, but it will be Absolved taking down the game. The 5th one falls. The ace goes to Rhythm, and they will be dancing their way through week 1 as they take themselves 2-0 in their first series live on the UKEL stream.
First series, we got ourselves a 2-0. I mean, definitely wasn't a boring one. I mean, Nuclear Vikings are going to throw stuff against the wall and see what happens. But, you know, it's just, what I seen from what I scrimmed against Josh King, what I've watched against him in the last game as well. Getting a lead, trying to do something with it, but just, you know, can't follow through with the rest of this team. Just not coordinated enough, not enough going on. Absolved knew exactly what they needed to do. They needed to play, you know, to protect Rhythm. They knew they needed to enable things as much as possible with Azir, with Wukong, and that's exactly what got them the win.
Well, what I want to say, commiserations to Nuclear Vikings. I'm excited to see more from them as the tournament goes on. Also, really strong start from Absolved, right? I will say I think they had pretty high views. Like, everyone thought they were going to do amazing, right? So I do think there's a lot of pressure on them. We'll see if they can live up to that standard. But what I want to say, and my final takeaway, is more Josh Kang Lee Sin, because that was well exciting. Hopefully they can make it work.
Maybe not.
But we'll see. Let's throw it over to the desk to break down game 2.
Thank you very much. And here we are back at the desk once again with W King and Bloxer. So looking at that game, right? A very hectic one, a lot going on. What kind of moment stood out most for you in the process of Absolved getting that win? Directed at whoever.
So, what did we think about this game? I mean, I want to quickly talk about that really lengthy fight we had in that bot lane. I mean, it was so long that to the point where players died, respawned, and joined the fight, and then died again. That was something to see. Was it great? Was it terrible? Was it fantastic? I mean, I'll let the viewers decide on that, but I enjoyed watching it because it just shows how long you can drag out these fights when you really try. And the fact that you have an Azir as well who's bringing back a tower after destroying it and moving things around there, I mean, that was fantastic. But similar to game one, we saw a situation where Nuclear Vikings got ahead in the early game but just weren't able to pull through and close it out.
No, yeah. Looking at that game, it was certainly a hectic one.
I'm sorry,
right?
it still isn't doing it for me.
Can I hear W King? Can anyone hear me, W King? No.
You might have to unmute in Discord. I'm sorry. It might have to be doubles.
Hopefully, I can be heard now.
Yeah,
maybe. Wonderful. Okay, so hectic game. I just wanted to go quickly through. Bloxer, tell me what moments really stood out for you in the process of Absolve getting that win. I know it was messy, but I feel like there was definitely some standout performances there.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think that you can really look at what was happening down in the bottom lane, and I mean, you have to constantly talk about how well Rhythm is playing, but I think it's also worth talking about what was happening across the rest of the map, specifically for Nuclear Vikings. The fact that Josh Kang was just kind of like doing his best, actually finding quite a lot of kills. There's no 2 games in a row where he's actually getting quite a lot going for his team, and they just weren't able to turn that into a victory overall. They kind of had some stumbles around a lot of objectives during the mid game. I think for both of these teams, they were fighting for kind of zero in a lot of situations. It wasn't necessarily connected to any individual objective fight, but Absolved were able to just get the better of these random fights. A big part of that was the fact that Beanlord as well was just finding some pretty good angles. He died quite a lot, but he was also just making explosive plays for his team.
Right.
Overall, Absolved looking like a much better unit. Vikings, they had some good early games. Josh Kang really was very good during the early stages. They just need to work on that transition into the mid game.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely felt like there was some issues with coordination and communication. Actually converting that jungle lead into lead for the lanes seemed to be not very feasible for them at some moments. Going forward, though, what do you guys think is going to be the, outlook for this Absolve roster? Day one, 2-0, right? The predictions were pretty solid from the broadcast desk. I think only J Real was the one who got a 1-1 prediction. So what do you guys think about the future for this team?
I have high hopes for them. Honestly, a lot of their players are just very good. Their mid laner and their AD carry, Emil and Rhythm, are very, very good. And the rest of the team, I think they've acknowledged that they have this good AD carry and good mid laner, that we can trust that to play around it. Yes, I'm sure we'll see a top lane carry performance and a jungle potential carry performance there as well. But then having this being a support who can be that kind of engaged bot that you need to get things going is also a really good situation. So I do see Absolved having a very, very successful split.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think what Rob said during the tier list, where I think they put them second from top tier, A tier maybe. I agree with what you're saying, where you have the most efficacy in rosters, where you get yourself a couple of well-known parts, obviously Emil, Rhythm, Beanlord / Gibble, whichever you're going to call him, very well-known components, and then you've got a far more unknown top lane and jungle, and being able to pull that all together, that's usually the best rosters that